Hello. Did I get the audio set up correctly for Spotify? I did. Perfect. Okay. I am semi-paranoid every time I start stream because I always have to reconnect it. But hi, I know this is like way later than I initially said last night, but after my meeting with my professor, which went really, really well, I kind of like needed to mentally crash and burn and take a nap. So, yeah. Also, why is my... Hold on. I broke my model. Please hold. I messed with her settings to get her to not be so like the mouth and everything, and I think I fucked it up because I don't think she's speaking. Hello, hold on, let me just close the program. Let's be faster. You guys should still be able to hear me though. But yes, how is everyone? And thank you for redeeming Lost. Thank you for redeeming Lost first. This is gonna be a great stream if I'm already tripping over my words. Thank you for getting first Lost. Let's go with that. There we go. Yeah, hold on, let me get this back up. Oh. Okay, is she moving her mouth now? Hello? Hello? Okay, there we go. I think she's better now. I don't know why she was freaking out. She was working fine when I was first setting stuff up. Anyway. And then it looks like Gora said hi, Lily. So technically second, but not officially second. Twy redeemed second. And no, I'm not streaming in front of a crowd. I was just messing. I realized that I was going to play regular music at the beginning of stream when I had already started stream. It's fine. But yes, hello. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, Lost. Lost has been redeemed. I don't know what sin they committed, but they were redeemed. Wait, ooh, LOL. I'm so confused already, but okay. So yeah, I napped when I was originally planning to stream, but honestly, I'm glad I napped because I needed it, because then I would have just stared at a blank page. Well, not a blank page, but like I would have just stared at my Word doc if I had started stream and then been like, so yeah, chat, I'm gonna have to end stream to go take a nap and then I'll start stream later. So it just made more sense to go ahead and nap. And then I would start stream later, aka now. But I hope everyone had a fantastic check state. Thursday? It's Thursday. Yes, it's Thursday. The day of Thor. Which is kind of funny because when you think about it, like what did they call this day of the week in the Roman Empire when they were first putting together, or not the Roman Empire even, like the Julian calendar isn't imperial period Rome. It's, well, it is early imperial, but it's like not, anyway. Because they wouldn't have had necessarily many encounters with Thor, because like that's a Norse god, which is later. Roman Republic, thank you. My brain was blanking. I don't deal in that very often. But the plan tonight is I am literally going to stream, even if it is incredibly late, aka early morning for me. I am going to stream until I finish this damn chapter, because while my meeting with my professor went really well, he also was like, so yeah, I need you to change how you're doing this, and it's basically going to put you back, not quite at square one, but like square 3. It was still the Roman Republic since they still had the consul system. Thank you, Gora. So yeah, I intended to start earlier, but that just didn't happen. I'm gonna take some more bites of my food. I made spicy, it's not fried rice, it's like I fake fried rice things by chucking it all in my rice cooker and calling it so it's like fake kimchi steamed rice with chicken. But that is basically the plan for this evening. So I probably won't be as chatty because I need to lock in as much as possible, because my advisor finally reached out to his students who need to submit their stuff. Oh, hold on. Okay, I have a cat. But he finally reached out to us and was like, "So yeah, I want to see your thesis before you officially submit it to give you notes." And I'm like, I kind of wanted to call him on his bullshit, because one of my close friends / classmates had sent her almost like final draft, rough draft / final draft, like 2 weeks ago, and he finally got back to her today. And so she's panicking about making all these edits that he wants in the very, very brief period of time that we have, because everything is due on Tuesday. And so at this point, I'm just like, he's going to get what he's going to get from me, which I know is a quality piece of writing. But at the same time, I'm like, there's no fucking way you're actually going to take the time to read this when you're so damn busy to give us notes and then expect us to immediately have those notes applied to turn around the next day almost to submit it. Lock in or be cooked is what is being interpreted. Hi, Kawhi. Yes. Lulu, what are you doing? Stop. I keep hearing him mess with stuff. So I picked him up, but then he's like, yeet, and did not want to stay in my lap. So yeah, the plan is this stream does not end until I finish this chapter. Which means probably a late night. Because I keep going back and like changing some things. But I think I'm satisfied with the first like 5 pages of this chapter. So I still have, oh, I don't even have it freaking open. Hold on. Where was I? Why is my page count not loading in? Hello? Anyway, I've got pages to work on that I know need working on. Oh, page 7. Okay, so I'm about where I thought I was. Yeah, of 13. Okay. And the other thing I can do, I'll have to figure out how to do it. Hold on. Because none of my mods are here right now for me to actually ask them how to do things. I was going to try and figure out how to do a prediction. But I think that's what they're called. And then you guys can use your channel points to gambagool. For legal reasons, we're not actually gambling with real currency and you don't really earn anything from it. You can just get extra channel points. Do / prediction. Thank you. Did it do it? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I guess I'll let because there's still going to be probably several people taking a minute to get in here. So should I let it run for like 10 minutes? Because that'll give me time to eat. And, it'll be a prediction of like 30 minutes. Okay. Let me do 20 minutes. I'll do 20 minutes. This is a really long prediction. But I was thinking like for prediction, I know I said like I'm not ending this stream until I finish the chapter. So should the prediction why are you making it longer? I don't even think I can do an hour. That's not an option. I will do 20 minutes. So should the prediction be like, will I don't know, pull an all-nighter or something like that? Or like, will I finish before 3 a.m.? Let's go with that one. Will I finish before 3 a.m.? Okay. Need to confirm. Okay. There we go. Distractinos. Yes, Distractinos. But no, I am reading right now. So it's perfectly fine for me to have Distractinos. And I don't know how to get the channel point thing for the prediction to show up on screen. But that might be annoying to keep up all of stream, possibly. You know what I find funny? They say, don't attack Russia in the winter when the 2 instances where Russia was closest to being defeated was during the winter. The saying should be, make sure you defeat Russia in the winter, since the cause of defeat by Napoleon was summer and spring. Summer was too hot and spring was too wet. It was the same in World War II, where Operation Barbarossa extended too long beyond winter and into spring. Yes! Yeah, so there's this, like, misconception that Russia is not as badly affected by the winter, which, I mean, if they were soldiers from like freaking Siberia, then they probably wouldn't be as affected. But you also have to consider the amount of technology now that's used to heat people's homes and air conditioning in the summer and all those kinds of things. So the way we fight war is different. Did I do that correctly? Okay, yeah, I think I did that correctly. Not to say that we don't still have like foot soldiers and those kinds of things, because we do. It's just, it's different than 100 years ago and 2+ hundred years ago with Napoleon. Well, the Mongols' tactics were also there were problems with the Mongols' tactics when it came to war. Oh, hey, look behind you. There's a distraction. Yeah. So there is a in this section of the game, there's just like a cat person that sits in this section studying. And so I figured at least to have something visually speaking. Honestly, I think I might actually be able to do it. Like, if I focused less on the minutiae that I had been, and just make sure like the data is where I want it to be. I don't know. And I know evening co-working things, especially in the middle of the week, probably aren't, or towards the end of the week, aren't what people probably want. But, oh well. But I honestly can't wait to be able to go back to like normal. Well, I say normalcy, but not quite normalcy. Oh my god. Okay, Genghis Khan really was the main character for a story because the guy had plot armor. Yes, I completely agree about the plot armor. 10 years old, abandoned with his mother, somehow made friends with the one Mongol who was a military prodigy, made friends with the tribes, where through sheer luck, coincidence, were given good deals with the Chinese states, after which allowed him to unite Mongolia. And then he somehow managed to befriend the right people in the steppes through sheer luck. Yeah, basically. The man had the biggest, like, plot armor, golden sword, whatever you want to call it. it's kind of funny. Hi, cousin. I am finishing eating. The spiciness that I made this is getting to me slightly. My nose is dripping. I made like fake stir fry, so like I shoved everything in my rice cooker instead, and it made it like steamed instead of fried rice, but it's like the fried rice equivalent essentially, but it's like kimchi steamed rice, for lack of a better description. But I think I put too much ginger. Even though it did make the chicken taste really good that I added. So I'm slightly suffering, but at the same time it's good. But honestly, I feel like good stir fry or good fried rice has that like nuanced seasoning. Plot armor, maybe he was Geost and told to live. No, okay. So I have a theory. I have a personal theory that might be shared with at least part of the community when it comes to Code Geass. So when Lelouch commanded Suzaku to live, that he essentially made Suzaku immortal. Like C2, in that C2 is not able to die. So, like, Suzaku is told to live, so, like, he can't die. Well, you doing your work? I'm eating dinner before I start. I'm eating dinner. Also, hi, Mr. Mountain. Hi. I am finishing up my dinner before I start work, and I am not ending stream until I finish this chapter. And thus the channel point prediction that we have going right now is, will I finish stream before 3 a.m.? Will I finish this chapter before 3 a.m.? Because I know there's still a hot bit to go. No, not the bonks, not the bonks. No. Thank you for the bonks. So yeah, I might be up pretty late tonight. Because I need to get this finished, because everything is technically due on Tuesday, but my idiot advisor was like, hey, so I'm finally getting back to you guys after not speaking with most of you for over a month because I've been busy as fuck. This isn't actually what the email said, but it's you can read between the lines. And he's like, so I want to read your theses, like your submission, before you send it for final submission to the committee, so I can give you notes to make on it, to make changes. Always here to bonk you, make sure you're good. Thank you. I miss gaming with you guys. I'm so ready to be back to normalcy when it comes to that kind of stuff. Which my mom had given me information today about a university that has a connected online program, which is from my undergrad university, and they just posted job listings for remote work, which I honestly was hoping for, because my hope is that my current part-time job, which is also remote work, I'll be able to continue that, because my concern with getting like a full-time in-person job position was that I wouldn't be able to continue the part-time job that I have. But if I can get 2 remote jobs, then I'm set. And then I guess Twitch would count as my 3rd job as remote, but the Twitch is fun for me, so it doesn't count as a job. Yes, we need to game a lot. Yes. We'll have to figure out And also I have considered getting Heartopia. So a fellow friend of a friend streamer who plays it was explaining to me that Heartopia, the AI that they're using for their puzzles, it's not stolen art, which was what I thought it was. Because that's generally how generative AI is being used, is to like create content based off of stolen artwork. But what they are actually using is it's either public domain stuff, like stuff that's so freaking old, that it's not stolen in that sense. And even then it's still like the artistic pixelation version that the game devs have created and then fed into the AI for the puzzle. Um, or their own art to make the puzzle. So I'm thinking about playing Heartopia. Um oh, hi MK. Thank you so much for the raid. It's good to see you. How was stream? Um I don't everyone behaved. I don't think any of my mods are in here right now because I was supposed to start a lot earlier and then I took a nap and we're here now. But yeah, welcome raiders, welcome. Thank you so much for bringing your community in here. I am finishing up my dinner. I was about to say my lunch. No, my dinner. And I can do the mini. And then I have to do all the things. Yeah, no mods panic. Exactly. No, so I took a nap instead of starting stream when I originally planned to. So, but I'm doing really good. I have to lock in tonight for this thesis chapter and getting it completely edited and finished. So we will be here for a while. Thus the prediction that's happening for if I finish stream before 3 a.m. But yes, thank you so much. Yeah, W napping. I needed it desperately, so it worked out. But for everyone who doesn't know me, hi, I'm Lily, or if you already know a Lily in your community, I will go by Tiger Lily. I use she, her pronouns. I am normally a cozy variety streamer. I do things like building in The Sims and Minecraft and that kind of stuff, as well as silly Fortnite and Repo and Party Animals and a whole bunch of other collab game stuff that I do with people where we just act like a bunch of idiots playing a game. Which is honestly everyone on the internet probably. Oh, and thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, Mr. Mountain. Burn it all down. No. But what were you you were doing Animal Crossing. Oh, how was Animal Crossing? I updated my Switch when the new update came out, but I have yet to actually play it because I've been so busy with my final semester of grad school, and writing my thesis. So that's part of the reason why this past week and basically until Monday next week will be writing streams with very minimal game time breaks, because I have to lock in and finish my thesis so I can submit it. Yes, Mr. Mountain was excellent at teaching me how to play Fortnite. I'm a little rusty now because it's been a couple months. Painted my nails in a bit of ACNH, very chill time. Oh, that's wonderful. Are you were you doing like the hotel things, decorating those, or HHP challenge or anything like that, or just like decorating your island? I have kind of neglected my island just a little bit. It's supposed to be a Zootopia themed island, and I've never restarted my island. I've had my island since 2021 and I have yet to restart it. I've renovated it. I've bulldozed and renovated it. Um you'll get it. We'll do some blitz. I don't like blitz. I struggle bus when it comes to blitz because it puts me too much in like the immediate action of everything, whereas I like kind of hanging back and sometimes I'll charge ahead, but most of the time I don't. No, I just got to 3 stars and started terraforming yesterday. Today just kind of caught up on fruit gathering and went for a boat ride. Oh, I love that. I love how Animal Crossing is just this cozy, chill. Like you can make it whatever you want it to be. Kind of like Minecraft in that sense that it can just be cozy, chill vibes where you research or resource farm and all the things and just wander around, and or it can be like you need to do XYZ thing and it's like very task based of what you want to get done, et cetera, et cetera. Although I guess it's not like Minecraft in that sense because you don't have to deal with mobs unless you count dealing with the stupid villagers getting in the way while you're terraforming. No pressure though. It usually stresses me out constantly paying off loans and running out of storage. I love it now. Yeah. It's just knockoff Rust, silly. Okay. I totally believe you. It's like riding a bike. Which I don't even know if I haven't ridden a bike in such a long time. I mean, I know how to ride a bike, but like I can't remember the last time I actually got on one. And they always come around right when you're working. Yes, it drives me bananas. Like it's made me absolutely hate some of my villagers sometimes. Fortunately, it's the villagers that I have right now are mostly ones that I'm trying to kick out because I need to get the villagers for the Zootopia Island roster that I've got set up. I've got 2 or 3 of them, I think, already. Like that I've been able to get kicked out and then go search for them, or I happen to. Shino is my favorite villager, so I kept her, and I was like, she's gonna be my Giselle, my pop star singer for Zootopia. I haven't seen the second movie, so I need to like brush up on my material again. But anyway, please feel free to raid and run or de-stream whatever it is that you need to do, and take care of yourself. And for anyone else that's in your community as well, please go drink water and get food and touch grass if you're able to go outside and touch grass. Or as I jokingly said the other night, eat water, drink food, and grass touch. Or something like that. I don't remember. It was really silly. My brain just like went empty. No, please don't. Yeah. So please take care of yourself. And for anyone who wants to stick around, this will be mostly I don't have a bot. I don't have a bot for co-working, but this will essentially be a co-working stream. Not the I don't want to touch grass. Twy, go touch grass or else. Not the tee. The streamer noticed me the bottom. Yeah, so we are a little unhinged, and by a little I mean a lot. And also thank you so much for all of those follows. I'm so sorry. I'm bad about keeping up with chat sometimes, and yapping repeatedly. Yeah. So, but otherwise, we will be here, unable to find quote. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Oh, and hi, Haroon. I'm so sorry. You came in right as the rate. Hi, how are you? We probably don't go above 50. I think 52 is our highest quote right now. Most streamers have VIPs. Lily has NAPs, not a person. Yes. Oh, thank you for the boop. So yeah, I'm gonna finish. Yeah, my ability to typo things is bad. I am good. I meant to start stream way earlier today. Well, not way earlier, but like, well, no, actually way earlier. Sorry, I'm looking at the clock now, realizing what time it is. And I instead chose to take a nap because otherwise I was just gonna stare at my screen and not actually work. So, it worked out. Like I needed the nap, and so we're just gonna start later, which means that we'll be up late trying to finish this chapter, and I am not allowed to end stream until I have finished the chapter. So, yay. Oh, also, did the prediction end? Shoot, the prediction probably ended. I should have left it for longer. I have a prediction going of, or I don't know, it's probably ended at this point. What? Eat water, drink food, touch grass. Yes. Okay, so apparently I said the touch grass part correctly, but everything else was wrong. Did we not quote it? What do you mean we didn't quote it? I can cancel the prediction. Okay, how do I do that? How do I cancel prediction? Thank you, Twy. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Will it do this? No, and nothing's showing up when I do that. If I do... Oh, okay. I can delete it. There we go. It's just you have to open the prediction screen. So let me redo the prediction, and I'll let it run for longer. Okay, there we go. I'll put it to the 30-minute mark. There we go. Speaking of uniting a place, Charles V was the closest we got to a returning Western Roman Empire. He was King of Spain, Portugal, King of Naples, Holy Roman Emperor, head of the Austrian dynasty, Duke of Burgundy with claims to France. You can also add the fact that he had the title Eastern Roman Emperor because Spain owns the title. You can put it at the 30-minute mark. Also, my name isn't Mark. What? Did I call you? Twy? What? What are you talking about? Did I say something and immediately went out of my mouth and out of my brain? I'm confused. You do realize that streamer brain is a real thing even at the beginning of stream. Twy, please. The 30-minute mark is a marker of time, not mark as in mark the name. Ayo. I swear. Okay, hold on. Let me finish my dinner and we can get started. Honestly, I believe the chaotic evil Twy. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm debating if I want to make my followers anonymous or not. I don't know. Because I'm like, oh, followers. But at the same time, like, I know everyone's really big into when you reach big milestones for followers. Not that I'm saying, like, everyone who just followed me can unfollow me. They're not even people, make it anonymous. Okay, I can have it be like NAP. NAP followed, not a person followed. I can make that a thing, which would be kind of funny. I would just have to figure out what to do with, like, the bottom bar that's the follower section. I was about to click unfollow. Twy! I swear to God. You are chaotic evil energy. I hear instructions and I follow them. Twy? No, then that means you're lawful evil. Right, so lawful evil. You have to hold my hand while I say. Hold on. Then you following illegal instructions. Wait, you're breaking my brain with this slightly. Hold on. Okay, if you're following illegal instructions with malicious compliance, does that make you lawfully good? As like a reverse psychology? Am I thinking this correctly? Also, how to do that and Haroon, the typo is confusing my brain. How to do that energy thing. What energy thing? You mean the channel point thing? You just predict which one you want. And then at the end, whoever gets the correct wins channel points. If that's what you mean. Okay, yeah, that's what I said. Yes, it's channel points, Haroon. Yes. It's not like actual money you can gamble with or anything like that, but a lot of streamers will jokingly call this gambling because you don't actually like win anything of monetary value. So it's just a fun little thing to do with your channel points. And sometimes if you win the channel points and the ratio is good, so like if a lot of people predicted no and I do finish before 3 a.m., then the winners who didn't input as much channel points will actually get more because it multiplies it. I don't know how to do the points thing, but you should be able to just click on any random channel point redeem kawaii and it should give you the total number of channel points that you have. I don't know if you can also add channel points once you've predicted. Yeah, that's why I had to hold your hand while I was saying this. Yeah. Okay, I'm almost done. And then we will get started. No, you won't get money. Oh. Oh, I don't use Stream Elements. I thought about adding it so it technically shows up in the list of like bots, but I never officially ported Stream Elements in Kawaii. Oh, no, Haroon, that's not it. No, so there's like a 9 different types of personalities. It's kind of a joke, honestly. Um yeah, so I never figured out how to get stream elements removed because I didn't actually start using it. Alignment chart. Thank you. Also, I finished my food. I'm going to go put my dishes away so I can clear them off my desk. And then we will get started and in doing all of the things. So I'll be right back. Okay. I know I listen to a lot of like 2000s music sometimes. I don't actually know. I've just kind of guessed based off of my personality. So like I can be chaotic good mostly. There might be like cutesy little quizzes online that you could take, Harun. Um, but yeah, I've never really, I don't know. What personality do I give off so far? I would say like definitely in the neutral zone, but like it's a matter of how how chaotic you can be. I don't think you're in the evil category, but maybe like chaotic neutral or something. I don't remember all the chart because there's like it's a 9 by 9 chart that you could be, or I think maybe it's a 2 by 6 chart. Anyway, it's really easy to just look up like if you look up chaotic neutral or chaotic good or lawful good or whatever another, there's ways of finding it. Hi Kay, how are you? Oh, or Twy can provide a wonderful explanation. Actually, that is a really good. Um, actually, now I want to know what mine is. Hmm. Okay, so no, I'm chaotic good. I am very much so the chaotic good variety. I'm good. I'm good. I meant to start stream a lot sooner. Um and I took a nap instead. But I just finished dinner and so now we're gonna get into writing. So I am gonna switch the music to lo-fi. Um but they're still like lo-fi versions of 90s and 2000s songs, so you might recognize some of them. Um but otherwise, yeah, we're gonna lock in for stream. I probably won't. I will try not to take as many breaks because I really want to finish this. Because the due date is coming. It's very close. Okay. I wanted to let the song finish because it's a good song. Okay, there we go. We're gonna switch that, and yeah, we're gonna get to work. But yes, please feel free to vote in the poll, the prediction, not the poll, the prediction, and Gambagool, your channel points if you'd like. Hopefully I will finish this before 3 a.m., but I legitimately do not know. So we're gonna do our best, but I'm not ending stream until I finish this chapter. Thank you for the lurk, Haroon. I hope you have a good lurk in whatever you're working on. Imagine if it was a poll and you were forced to either hurry up to finish before 3 a.m. or slow down to finish after 3 a.m. No! No, 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 no. No, we're not doing that. That's why I was like, I know how to run a poll. I just couldn't remember how to run a prediction. But yes, everyone please behave because I think we're modless right now. So like don't do anything I wouldn't do on the internet. Is all I'm saying. And yeah, we're gonna go with that. And then I am going to put this right there so I can see chat because I'm gonna be working on writing. So I won't have the big screen up. Okay. Oh, I meant to start the timer. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, but you're chaotic evil. No, I'm not chaotic evil. I am chaotic good. Or chaotic neutral or something like that. I don't remember. It was one of those, but it was the chaotic one. But like in a not boring way. Okay. And I need chapstick. Let me not start the timer yet. Okay. Oh. Okay. What is this? No. Not the Mega Mind meme. That was such a silly movie. But yes, everyone please behave. And be nice to each other. Play nice in the sandbox, children. Play nice in the sandbox, okay? Capichals? Okay. Time to write. I hate that I'm all sniffly now. Okay, starting from the beginning. Because I haven't looked at this in a couple days. Or, yeah. Cleopatra the Seventh, the Cleopatra, the last official ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty, was arguably the most famous or infamous queen of Egypt. She continues to stand as a controversial and iconic female ruler of ancient history. Born around 7069 BC, not much is known about Cleopatra's background and maternal origins, except that she was one of Ptolemy the 12th Aleutistarchus, and grew up amidst the cutthroat politics of the Ptolemaic court, eventually rising to the top as the last ruler of an independent Egypt. Some historians have assumed that Cleopatra VII was the daughter of Cleopatra the Fifth Tryphina. It appeared from the textual record around the time of Cleopatra's birth. The geographer Strabo documented that she and her younger siblings were illegitimate by the legally monogamous Ptolemies. Hi, Koala. How are you? That emote is so cute, as usual. Circumstantial evidence suggests that Cleopatra's mother was actually related to the high priest of the Temple of Ptah located in Memphis, as he had been the one to crown Cleopatra's father as pharaoh. However, like most ancient queens, little to nothing is known of their childhood and teenage years until they emerge from the textual and archaeological record as a crowned ruler. There is a high likelihood that Cleopatra VII was half Ptolemaic, half Egyptian, or some variant of mixed cultural illegitimacy, indicating that her mother was neither Macedonian nor Greek. Much of this argument is rooted in the fact that Cleopatra VII was the only one of her Ptolemaic relatives of the 3 centuries of their rule, the father learning the Egyptian language. It was not the languages she spoke, up to 8 of the sources are not exaggerating, but rather how she faced the challenges of dynastic decline and foreign intervention through masterful use of religion, religious and political spectacle that demonstrated a comprehension of historical precedents, keen intellect, and queenly demeanor. Ptolemy XII's reign was strongly focused on consolidating Ptolemaic power throughout Egypt through his secret building program, which emphasized regal images and flattering texts of the current ruler, and essentially constructed a display of power in the all-important depth region, something Cleopatra VII would model in her own style of rule through the philosophy of kinship. Upon being forced to flee from the capital of Alexandria after selling the, at the time, Egyptian-controlled island of Cyprus to settle Egypt's debts, Ptolemy XII incurred further debt to the Romans to regain his throne at Alexandria, after he'd been forced out, and fearing betrayal from another traitorous daughter like Cleopatra VI or Berenica IV, installed the young 14-year-old Cleopatra VII as co-ruler to consolidate political support. There's no evidence that she shared her father's blood during the remaining 4 years of his turbulent reign. Nevertheless, she was undoubtedly witness to the beheading of her sister Berenica IV, and grasped the perilous state Egypt had entered to see the threat of the Roman warlord's interests, and evident by the presence of Mark Antony in Egypt for military and diplomatic purposes. Cleopatra would have had a close look at how her father, seemingly out of weakness, capitulated to Roman warlords for financial and military aid, in efforts to maintain an independent Egypt, earning the friendship of the Roman people, and specifically Julius Caesar. However, this independence exacted a heavy price in the form of Alexandrian Egyptians' growing disdain towards their foreign dynasties ruler. Cleopatra proclaimed herself to be her father's true successor, and Solaris, the eldest of his 5 children, appearing for the first time as the queen, the lady of 2 lands, the goddess that loves her father, in an inscription from the Montes, modern-day Almont, detailing a great waterborne procession up the Nile of the replacement sacred bull. Through this procession, Cleopatra became associated with the divine, and subtle suggestions of syncretism, with the bull representing the incarnation of the bull god Vulcanus. Okay, so I want to beef this part out. Irony of talking about that. Where? Okay. Actually, regular Ashton, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, hi, streamer. Oh, okay, sorry, I was missing a couple messages. Um, Diff Callion, hello. Was Cleopatra Greek? Um, so that is actually something we've not been able to determine in any official capacity, but she was definitely of Macedonian descent because of her father Ptolemy the 12th, who was of the line of the Macedonian Ptolemaic kings over Egypt. So in that sense, yes, she is Macedonian. She's not Greek, which is slightly different at that time period. But she is Macedonian. That we've been able to confirm in that sense. But we haven't been able to determine if she was the daughter of Cleopatra the Fifth, who was also Macedonian, or if she was an illegitimate daughter of an Egyptian woman, which is why she was the only Ptolemaic ruler to learn Egyptian. Macedonians were a different thing. Yes, so technically, Macedon was in the ancient world considered separate from what we now consider to be the Greeks. And they're still kind of declared separate until like the Roman imperial era. Especially when you look at like Roman provinces and stuff like that being absorbed into the empire. So I wouldn't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm not studying that part of the I'm not doing a language related paper necessarily. I'm doing more of a historical slightly feminist leaning paper. So like social power structures of female queenship, essentially, or the divine queenship, not female queenship, because that's duplicating what I'm saying. But yes, hello Kiwi. How are you? So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't actually know if we have on record because I don't study Macedonia and I'm definitely in the Egyptian world as far as my specific field of research. Um but I don't know if we actually have records of Macedonian writing. So it is possible, but there's also the matter of at least on record, like the Rosetta Stone was ordered by the Ptolemaic rulers. I don't even remember which pharaoh specifically at the time right now, but he was a Ptolemaic pharaoh. Um, ordered the the stelae to be crafted using three different forms of writing, one of which is Greek, which is how we were able to translate hieroglyphs and stuff. Um, so I would presume that Greek became the predominant language towards the end of the Ptolemaic rule in Egypt. The Greeks are nationalists from claiming Macedonians were Greeks. They weren't. They didn't speak Greek nor Northern Doric Greek, they spoke Slavic. I mean, that would make sense, honestly. Um, but you also have to keep in mind the time period that is being looked at is incredibly early um within that type of record keeping. So I would presume that they were mainly using Greek. Um Great. Right. I know he's not Greek. Yeah, Alexander the Great is not Greek. I don't know why people think he's Greek. He's not. And this whole concept of like Greekness in the ancient world doesn't actually exist because Greece, at the geographical area that we understand to be Greece now, was divided up into Pole. Um, and so you were Athenian or Theban or Spartan. You weren't Greek. Like this whole idea of Greekness came out of the uh Persian War a little bit, but then it kind of went straight back into, oh, you're a part of your polis, not your Greek. So that it I don't even study this area specifically. Um Alexandrovic and his horse Bucephalus' real name was Zastava. Zastava is a cool name. Like, what does that mean? Um, that's a really cool name. Philip II's real name was Filipovic. Filipovic. Is it spelled differently with the PH, or is PH still, because I always assumed that PH being pronounced as an F was like a Greek language thing, but maybe it's also in Slavic pronunciation. I don't know. I don't know anybody who speaks that language. Hi, Insane. How are you? Not the swearing emote. No. Did you have a bad day? I am working though. I am writing. Oh, thank you for the 5 stream streak, Kazan. Writing. Okay. From the beginning of her reign, Cleopatra VII was declared a goddess through her adoption of the title Nia, or New Isis, sleep following her father's undefined self-appointment through his declaration as the new Dionysus, as the epithet Nia stressed not only that these pharaonic rulers were associating themselves with a specific deity, but also that they had assumed the fully divine position of that god. There we go. Divine nature and position. Yes, okay. Cleopatra proclaimed herself to be her father's true successor and sole heir as the eldest living of surviving children, appearing for the first time as the queen, the lady of the Chileans, the goddess who loves her father, in a description from Hermonthis, modern-day Armand, detailing a great waterborne procession up the Nile of the replacement sacred bull. And through this procession, Cleopatra became associated with the divine and a subtle. An arcane full of focus. Okay. crucial in the procession to transport and install the sacred bull was not just split up women attempt to guarantee support from her Egypt, but it also demonstrated Cleopatra's interest in continuing her father's work to support native cult patronage of Egyptian temples. Following in the fashion of Hatshepsut and her strong political positioning with powerful governors for regions outside Egypt's capital, Cleopatra cultivated the support of the local aristocracy of Upper Egypt, such as the Epistratokos Callimachos, who governed the Thebaid to secure her reign. Unfortunately, Thebes had long since ceased to be Egypt's capital, that location lying in Alexandria, filled with Ptolemaic loyalists, turbulent king-making, unmaking abilities, greatly favored the younger, more malleable Ptolemy XIII over Cleopatra VII. Oh, what is the news, Kiwi? What do you have to tell me? Is you sitting down? If not, please do. Kiwi? Yes, I'm sitting down. My desk is not tall enough for me to get one of those like walking things. Plus, it's hard for me to write or type when I'm walking. So, yes, I am sitting down. We have signed the paperwork and now own a house. Oh my God, congratulations! Oh, that's so exciting. Oh my goodness. Yippee! Yippee! Oh my goodness. That is amazing. I wish I knew what that felt like. The state that I am currently living in, they just did, I guess, like the economic thing of comparing all the states as far as how much rent versus buying a home costs. And my state is apparently like one of the worst in the country to be renting in. So yeah. So I'm really hoping that I can afford to buy a house. Because my concern, my mom has mentioned to me that like I could move in with her, and like because the way that her house is split is there's like one section where like the guest bedrooms are cordoned off a little bit. We would just have to get a door installed to put something a little more firm between her dog and my cats, because her dog is not cat friendly and my cats are not dog friendly. So yes, that is amazing blessings, honestly. And I know that where you live, Kiwi, that the prices to own a home is in that general like country, it can be problematic. So that's amazing. Because I remember a streamer from, I think it was last year, that I'm pretty sure she doesn't live in the same province. But that she's Canadian, and she was talking about how expensive it was to buy a house and like to get stuff renovated and stuff. Like even though they were buying a less expensive house because it needed work done, it was then like adding costs to get renovations done and stuff. So, but yeah, that's so exciting. And now baby dragon will have a place to grow up and to make friends, hopefully in the neighborhood and stuff like that. Like that will be so nice. Okay. But I think the other thing that annoys me about the way that people have approached Cleopatra is what is the book? Black Athena, I think is what it's called. I haven't read it. I've heard of it and I've heard of the controversies that have come out of it. And this whole idea that like Egyptians were like African, uh, like ethnically speaking African. Um, and I'm like, that's not the case here. Egypt, Egypt was so isolated from a lot of the rest of Africa except during very specific periods where like you have the Nubian Kush um takeover that happens from the south. Um and then you have the well all the other like intermediate periods where foreigners were taking power and chaos ruled in Egypt versus like a specific pharaoh. You have the Hyksos, you have the Sea Peoples, you have the Persians. So when you get all the way down to the very late period in the Ptolemaic period, um, this idea that like the upper echelons of Egyptian quote unquote nobility is just it's a fallacy. Alexander the Great is the same scenario with Napoleon, where Napoleon was ethnically Italian, spoke Italian as a mother tongue, but was added into the French elite. One thing to note is that the Macedonian language during Alexander's time, Ionian is a unique case where it had more similarity with Gaelic than Greek or Slavic. That I did not know. That's cool. This is because of the Galatian migration from Western Europe to Anatolia, where they stayed in Macedonia before moving to Anatolia. It is a weird case where you had a Gallic kingdom surrounded by Anatolian kingdoms. I was messing with you. The Macedonians were Greek. Well, right, but like even then, the I don't know. Like that's why I was disclaiming like I don't study the Macedonians. So the only like tip of the iceberg that I'm touching, which is Macedonian, is the Ptolemies, and specifically Cleopatra, who is the last of the Ptolemaic rulers. So, but thank you for saying that, Devcalion. Um, the dialect written upon, I remember a curse written by a woman in a tablet in Macedonian. It was a Greek dialect that participated in the Olympic Games, where only Greeks were allowed. So they identified as Greeks. Alexander has said it himself. Herodotus, the father of history, has said it, and Cleopatra was Greek, part of the Greek Macedonian royal elite household, who ruled over Egypt after Alexander. DM'd you a picture of the front. Oh, okay. I want to go look. I won't show once on stream. I want to see.
Make sure
it's so cute. Oh my god, that's such a cute house. That's so cute. Oh, Insane, are you still here? The art that you posted looks amazing. For your model, it looks so good. Read my message. Okay. I did. Did I not read your message? Part of the Greek Macedonian royal elite household who ruled over Egypt after Alexander's conquest. Yeah. That was basically what I was saying, wasn't I? Also, highway. Back to work, woman. I am. Hold on. I know with some Macedonians and Illyrians because when I was getting my Etruscan certificate, it also involved stuff with the Macedonians and the Illyrians. Okay, Gora, I wish I knew you last semester because I had a Etruscan art history class and I did a historiographic / research paper on the Orientalization period of Etruscan history, and I suffered so badly. My fault. I sidetracked her with house news. Yes, but highway. I am getting back to work. Because like I said, I'm not ending stream until this chapter is done. So we're here. We're here now. Also, I still don't know how I'm almost like within the past several days, I have gone from I think like 350 followers to almost 400, and my brain is just not comprehending why. Because I'm not playing games. I'm only sort of yapping, and the rest of the time I'm just being quiet. I mean, I'm incredibly grateful, but at the same time I'm just like, huh? Is this the like zero effort get rich quick as far as followers are concerned? I don't mean get rich quick as in money. I mean like people actually wanting to see my stream. I don't know. It just seems very silly to me. Okay, back to work. Back to work. Work. Um hmm. Okay. At the beginning of reign, Cleopatra wrested official power from her brother husband, including from government documents, which were plain to her soul queen. First two. One doesn't realize how much stuff they have acquired till they have to move. Yeah. Yeah. And pretty much every time I have moved, I have tried donating stuff. Because it's like stuff I haven't used in a while or stuff that like I've used so well, but it's still in good enough shape to donate it. I am moving to a temp home right now and I am not a fan. Oh no, I hate that. Stuff reads crap. Yeah. Yeah. That was definitely a part of it. I mean, I still have a little bit. I've got like 2 small boxes that have never gotten unpacked for that exact reason. And they just sit gathering dust in my closet. First thing I'm taking is my PC and PS4. So I have played only very briefly on a PlayStation, and it was the handheld, and it was someone else's PlayStation. But I don't even remember what game it was that I played. It was such a long time ago. I more so remember at the same place because it was a daycare, when I was much, much younger. And there was a like communal Xbox uh I think it was the 360. It's got to be the 360 because that was like the oldest one at the time. And that was how I played Lego Star Wars. And so now that I have the Xbox One that Shadow gifted me, I want to get the updated version of the Lego Star Wars. So spoiler, I'm gonna try and play that on stream on May the 4th. But that's a month out. The Macedonians didn't speak Paeonian. They spoke Macedonian and Doric Greek dialect, possibly with Paeonian influences. The Paeonian themselves most likely spoke a dialect of Phrygian, which is a different but sister language to the Greek, something like Italian to Spanish. When they lived on the north of Macedonia, they're considered the gateway of the Indo-European migration of Proto-Greek speakers into the Greek peninsula. For the Illyrian language, we don't know much other than they spoke a Statum Indo-European languages and Celts though they existed in the Balkans, they did in pockets. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the information that we have geographically speaking in those regions is sources out of mostly Athenians and then later Romans. Um, And then of course archaeological stuff that we've managed to find, um, which there's not much, mostly because there's other cities that exist now, multiple cultures that have existed over top of those. It's kind of the same issue that you have looking at the Etruscans in Italy, because so many different renditions of power have existed over top of the Etruscans, and a lot of the materials that the Etruscans built out of uh, were not particularly easy to preserve over a long period of time. So they dealt in perishable materials, because of like timber, those kinds of things. We do have some things that have been preserved shockingly well, because what I thought was really cool learning about the Etruscans and the way that they dealt with their gods is if a statue of a god, or that was like hit with a lightning strike, or if the temple itself was being like closed, they would essentially deactivate the god by burying it. So like it was dead at that point. Um and sometimes the head would be broken off as like a quite literal decapitation of like depowering the statue. Um that was one of the weirder things I think that I learned about the Etruscans during that art class, or art history class. Anyway, moving back to Cleopatra. Mm, there was. So Macedonians into Greeks, Paeonians into Phrygians related to Greeks, Google Phrygian language, Illyrians into Indo-Europeans possibly related to Thracians and Dacians, Cleopatra, Ptolemaic, Macedonian, Greek. That's real history in a nutshell. Basically. Um, and then there's still the debate of whether or not Cleopatra was Egyptian. Um, so the hemming and the hawing still exists in certain capacities. Um, and unfortunately, a lot of, just in the same way that Nefertiti has been glamorized by the modern non-academic world, um, Cleopatra was glamorized long before that, because you have the propaganda that comes out of Rome, and Octavian being threatened by the cult of Isis in Rome, which was strongly connected to Cleopatra because she represented herself as Isis, the goddess. Um, so there's that connection. And then also like trying to subsume the Egyptian, I hate to use the word state because that's not really a concept at this point, but like the Egyptian state in quotations into the Roman early budding period of the imperial Rome as a province. So like he was trying to stabilize his legitimate claim over Egypt, but not actually becoming officially fair. It was really weird, like what he did when he took over Egypt after Cleopatra's death. So like there's a whole bunch of lore that, not lore, but like myths that come out even in those early periods by writers, you know, that were supporting Octavian, Caesar Augustus. Um, and then you've of course got Shakespeare's Mark Antony and Cleopatra. And then you've got the Hollywood versions as well. So states were not a concept. So like water didn't have states either. Was it all liquid, solid, or gas? Twy? I swear. The beautiful one has come. Yeah, so Cleopatra was officially the last ruler of Egypt. Even though her son Ptolemy the 14th. Hold on, it's in my to scroll down. Where is it? Yeah, Ptolemy the 14th. No. Whichever one is her son that she declares pharaoh alongside of her. I'm like, my brain is not there right now because I'm a little bit further earlier at that time trying to do context to get her into so Nefertiti's name is ancient Egyptian origin deriving from transliteration of Nefertiti, yeah, which directly translates to beautiful. Yes, and then the Nefer which is Nefertiti's name under the iconoclastic period of Akhenaten's reign, is what essentially translates to the beauty of the beautiful one of the Aten, or in the Aten, or something like that. It's really weird. Cleopatra's a Greek name. Nefertiti's an Egyptian name. Cleopatra was a foreigner in gold with Egyptians because she was part of the ruling house. Yes. And yes, Cleopatra is a compound of like a glory to the father, essentially. And so it's a good pickup line to say Cleopatra as a girl enters a room. No. No. Twy? No. Etruscans were fascinating in that while their religion wasn't monotheistic, it was monocentric. Their deity, Voltumne, was simply known as the god of Volsini, nothing like of water, fire, etc. He was simply the god of the Etruscans. The Etruscans believed that other gods existed, but the best god to answer the Etruscan was Voltumne, and the best results were from Voltumne. They had the concept of a sort of ambassador gods where other people were allowed to call upon other gods. Yes. But these ambassador gods were only allowed power because of Voltumne. Should something happen to an ambassador god, they would bury it if the little divine sign. Yep. In the Rosanna tablets, we can deduce is that they did this because the god may have insulted Voltumne in some way and was no longer welcome. Okay, so I did not know that. Because we were specifically looking at the art history element, so we weren't going into the religious side of things as much. Only really as it pertained to like the evidence of the statues that we were looking at. But the beautiful one has come. No, that's Nefertiti. Twy, you said Cleopatra. Cleopatra is glory to the father, essentially, or glorious father, or famous father. Like, you used the wrong one, first of all. I may be stupid. Don't listen to her twice. She's not a real girl. She's a leopard humanoid. So technically, I'm not. I am a... Well, actually, hold on. Wait, no, I'm contradicting myself. So the artist, when I initially wanted like the animal ears and tail, it's like a combination of snow leopard meets white tiger meets lynx. So it's kind of like a hybridization of multiple different. Technically, she doesn't know. Is saying Nefertiti as a girl enters the room a good pickup line? I mean, they're gonna look at you weird when you do it, but I guess so. But only like if they get the context of what it means. That would actually be really funny if somebody did that. Like I said, guys, don't go to universities and say Alexander's name was Alexander Vic, son of Filipovsky, and his horse his name was Ostava. You will become the laughing stock. Yeah. Imagine that shit. You're going to the club with your besties to dance, and all of a sudden, some dude starts staring at you, shouts Nefertiti, like security. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Oh, right. That was what I was doing. Ma'am. What do you mean, ma'am? Blame chat. Blame chat for distracting me. Okay, I have a plan to test this. I'm sitting. Yes. Why is everyone so concerned with whether my buttocks is connected with a thing known as a chair? Wait, why did I just say that? Oh, that was so bad. This is true. I do let them. Everyone forget that I just said that. Your buttocks are connected. Somebody clip that, please. Hi, Beans. I'm so sorry. No, okay. We can quote that, but also if you do exclamation point clip. Oh, that's so bad. Hold on. Thank you for clipping that. Hi, Beans. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I think it was something like, why does everyone want to know that my... Hold on. There we go. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, fine, since you're already distracted, look at art. Oh, and then Gora got it. Thank you. What do you mean fine since you're just already... I looked at art. You weren't here when I was like, oh, are you here? This art looks amazing. Insane. So you already missed me commenting on it. That's your fault. No, it looks really, really good. I like what they did. Are you gonna make it a PNG so the artist is gonna have like an open mouth, closed mouth, eyes closed, eyes open thing? Or okay, but since your buttocks are connected to the chair, here's my plan. I will find someone who is in the same region as Lily, and I will tell them to go in a building you're likely to go to. Okay. Then I will ask them to say Nefertiti when you enter that building. Twy, you're incredibly kind. Thank you. And also, that's funny. I wasn't. Oh, you weren't here, and then I am going to make it a PNG, and they have. Oh! Wait, Lily, how familiar are you with Game of Thrones? I have read the first book, and within the first chapter, I figured out who Jon Snow's father really was, because he wasn't very difficult to figure out immediately. And also I've seen all of the TV show, some of the episodes twice, because when my mom started watching it, she was like, she didn't want to watch some of the gory parts and the sex scenes and stuff. So like I was watching them all the way through, and then I would watch them again with her and then know when to fast forward through a scene. I now have 3 clips, apparently. Thank you, everyone, for clipping me saying something so incredibly unhinged. Work! Okay! Yes, I'm familiar with the Reigns of Castamere. And I do nerd out slightly about the background lore and history that Martin threw in like a fantasy context. I have not seen the Dance of Dragons stuff yet, and I have not caught up with the newest book, the last 2 books. I'm not caught up with that kind of stuff. So I haven't read all of the books. But I have seen all of the main Game of Thrones series. Yeah. I'm getting broomed now. Okay. Not the why is everyone so concerned. Why is that the title? And then the other one is Lily talking about butts. No! This is so bad. Good. I was going to say they really pulled a Nitocris there. Oh, you're right. You're raw. I never even thought about it that way. Oh. Oh. I was thinking more like the Reigns of Castamere was like later medieval history reference with when Constantinople when they sneak into Constantinople. I can't remember which. My brain is drawing a blank. Was this one of the I think it was one of the Crusades. And they like climb up the bow of the ship to get over the wall and then basically raise Constantinople to the ground. Well, not raise it, but like they pillage it and stuff. I think it was one of the Crusades. I don't remember now. My brain's drawing a blank. I haven't looked at that kind of stuff in a while. Anyway, we're going back to work before Insane hits me with more brooms. Okay? Behave, chat. We do have a mod now, Kiwi. The Kiwi mod is present. 1204, 4th Crusade. I was right! Yahoo! I was right! I remembered. I'm so happy. Yeah, the Reigns of Castamere kind of fit more. Okay, so we no longer need to behave. Twice! Kiwi actually knows what he's doing when he's modding. But he's also probably packing, so be nice to him. Landed on Constantinople, the capital of the Roman Empire. Yes. Yes, because at that point, the Western Roman Empire was non-existent. Like, not even really a thought. Like, the Catholic Church was a power, or was trying to be a power functionally as a political system, not just as a religious system. So now that there's mods, the request is no longer valid. You said there's no mods, so please behave. Wow. I mean, true. This is legally true. I did say this. Hi, Monolith. How are you? How is Hazel? How is the cutie patootie Cato Hazel? How is she doing? And then after this, I will shut up and get back to work. Monolith, answer me quickly so I know, so I can get back to work so no one hits me with brooms again. Please. She's the ultra cutie Hazel baby. I hugged her for 30 minutes in the morning and she told me she loves you. Ah! I love her too. I would give her pets and Treatos and forehead smoochies and boops and belly rubs and all the things. All the things. She's so cute. She's so cute. Okay. Yes, the nods. Nods. Yes, nodders. Wee. Okay. I will get back to work now. Also, how are we doing? Is the music good? Music volume is good for things? Yes. Yes. Are we good? I didn't even think to ask earlier. 'Cause it feels a little quiet to me. Maybe it's just this song. I'm fine with it. Okay. I will put more Hazel in your DM so you have something to look forward to. Music sounds very good to me. Thank you, Monolith. I can't wait to see Cutie Patootie Hazel in my DMs. I love getting cute cat pics. And little meows. Her meow is so cute and tiny and quiet. It's so cute. Okay. Before one of the mods, well, actually, I think Kiwi's the only mod in here right now. But like before someone comes back in and hits me with a broom, I'm gonna go back to work. Okay. Okay. Gotta go. Good night, kids. Remember, don't say Alexander Filipovich. Thank you for coming in, Def Callion. I hope you have a fantastic night, and it was wonderful speaking with you about history stuff, even if you were pulling our leg about Alexander the Great being Slavic. I am very gullible when it comes to certain things I don't know about and that I haven't yet researched a lot of. So if you say it convincingly enough, say Alexandros Philippou, that's what history testifies. Probably. Or is it Filippo? I feel like there's because the accent on the second I. Philippou. Ooh, okay. Ooh, got it. Philippou. Got it. Thank you. But yes, have a good night. Sleep well. Oh, I can do this. There we go. But yes, sleep well. Have a good night. Great meeting you, Ismail. Melted from the cuteness. Made my night. Take care and enjoy your stream. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for the follow earlier. I didn't even realize. I was too busy yapping away. Okay. Yes. And then that was the Fourth Crusade, also known as the Crusade of Reasonable Crash Outs. Everyone was crashing out during that time. Crusade was formed, got threatened by the Venetians to not fund the war if they didn't attack this one Catholic city. Pope crashed out because why the hell would you attack a Catholic city? Crusade gets excommunicated before dispersing, deposes Emperor Alexios IV. Angelos decides to hire them, successful in putting him back on the throne. So as he can't pay that amount, sees thousands of casualties, and are near starving. Crusade army crashes out, sacks Constantinople. Lesson of the day: always make sure you have enough money to do stuff. Yeah, especially when it comes to war making, the war machine. You need money. There's no other way about it. You need money. Like, you can't do war without that. Ugh, my nose is stuffy from all the spicy food from earlier. All right, I'll go exercise before I stem with another history stuff and distract you. I'll work out. You focus on your paper. Have a good workout, Gora. God, that's a bad joke. I love this song. Such a father's tears. Okay. From the beginning of your reign, Cleopatra, the seventh was good goddess, your adoption of two titles, the goddess Nia and new Isis, as well as described as the daughter of Geb. Oh, I messed up the. Thanks for explaining the word many to me. It means a lot. Oh. Wasn't expecting that one. That was funny. It's bad, but it was funny. Okay. Okay, she was closely following in her father's footsteps, divine self-employment through his declaration as Nia and Dionysus. This is after that Nia stressed not only that these fanatical rulers were associated with a specific deity, but that they had also okay, holy divine nature and possession of that god. Cleopatra proclaimed herself to be her father's true successor and sole heir, still surviving children, appearing close to domestic like two lands goddess loves her father, and an inscription from Hermonthis, modern day Armont, detailing a great waterborne procession. Which detailed a great water procession of the Nile, the replacement sacred bull. Through this procession, Cleopatra became associated with the divine and as such. Okay, that's this one. Right? No, this is not this. Where is it? Is it this? No. This one. Yes. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm.
Make sure to stay hydrated. It's a very healthy habit.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate way. What just happened? Oh, thank you for the follow. Seems so long since the stage. Capital location lying in Alexandria filled the Ptolemaic loyalties to serve the king, making abilities greatly favored the younger, more malleable Ptolemy XIII, the retreat patron of the seventh. In large part, the Alexandria Egyptians despised Cleopatra. She was a strong reminder of the contempt. What? The contempt they felt towards her father and his pro-Roman policies, so that underlying fear that her willfulness and close association with the Romans would lead to her simply handing Egypt over to Rome at his first opportunity. At the beginning of her reign, Cleopatra wrested official power from her brother husband and colleague. Sworn his official proceedings. Weak king. Little to no influence of court officials. Bye. I'm here to chill alongside you. Gonna write. Oh, good luck with writing. Yeah, all of my sound alerts for the most part are relatively calm. So I'm just hyperfixating, so not talking too much. Ptolemy the 13th was a weak king and extended level to no influence. Oh, and Alaska joined us. Uh-huh. The court officials who were led by Ptolemy's tutor, the eunuch process. Oh. I started a writing project in 2019, but I lost all the papers for it, so I'm doing a rewrite. The only problem is whether I decide to make a whole new language because the made-up language was very relevant to the plot. I mean, as someone who has considered writing fiction for publication purposes and within that like sci-fi fantasy realm, if you have the capabilities of crafting a language, like a special language that you can ground in cultural and social references of the like background information of that specific people, and it will further plot devices, then yes, I would strongly recommend that you try and find or revive as much information as you can. I hate that you lost those papers. I get that. I've lost a couple things that I've written over the years that were fortunately from a very long time ago, so they weren't the type of writing quality that I do now. But just thinking back to them going, "Oh, I wish I still had that right now," kind of thing. Um, but for me, I'm fascinated by languages in general because they always perform some type of role in society that is a small glimpse into a specific event or a pinpoint in time that then gets staggered downward in the history of the people and the culture. So, I mean, to use a really good example, the term boycott was specifically named after this one man in, I believe it was an English village, who had the last name Boycott, and everyone else in the village didn't like him, and so they kept ignoring him and not interacting with him, and thus formed the concept of boycotting. Um, it's so frustrating that I lost everything, but I remember. Yeah, if you can get the plot, then maybe some of it will come back to you. I What's really amazing about the human brain is the neuroplasticity of it in being able to recall those things. Giving a like have a fantastic stream. Got to get dinner ready. Thank you, Vale. Have a good dinner. Thank you for the lurk. Um Also, I need to close my blinds. Hold on one second. But yes, I'm strongly of the belief that if it is going to further your plot and can also contribute, my book was too good to be lost forever. I mean, I love reading those types of things. Like for me, once I'm done with writing and stuff like that for academic purposes, um one of the things I wanted to do for fun was, I'm a huge Star Wars nerd and I love The Mandalorian. And what I really hate about the TV show of The Mandalorian that I've actually been exposed to, ironically, more background lore and information about Mandalorian culture and language through a Discord server and through fan fiction of all things, because we're all nerds out on the internet. So people have compiled the like linguistic narrative essentially of Mandalorian language and how it applies within their cultural elements and stuff like that. And so I wanted to write sort of like half academic, half fan fiction related paper um on comparing the Mandalorian culture and like their suit of armor to like early period Japanese samurai. So like long before the Meiji Restoration and all that kind of stuff, like pre Sengoku feuding states period. So I love nerding out about those kinds of things. I know you see some reference to it in like the Big Bang Show where they're speaking Klingon and stuff to each other. It's that kind of level of languages are so crucial to fantasy worlds that to not have them seems incredibly strange. I think looking at like how they approached the second Avatar movie, which was what, The Way of Water or Wind and Water or something like that. I don't remember what the subtitle was. Um, they circumnavigated some of the linguistic problems of having every single Navi speaking Navi by having it set from the main character, Jake Sully, who mainly thinks and speaks in English from his perspective. So everyone is going to be essentially auto translated through the lens of the main character into English for the audience to understand. No, that's Avatar The Last Airbender. Avatar, the movie with the blue people. So when I say Avatar, I mean the blue people. When I say Atla, I mean Avatar The Last Airbender. I did not get very far in Legend of Korra. I was very disappointed by it because I grew up watching Atla. The blue people. I thought that was the Smurfs. Why? Oh my god, please. I tried watching Legend of Korra, but I feel like it just maybe it was because I was older at that point and it just wasn't filling the need and desire that I had to watch anymore. I don't know. There are some sequels that I will watch and be like, "Oh, they did this great," and I'm so glad that they're referencing all of these like background, like subtle nods to the original series and all that kind of stuff, and I just didn't get that with Legend of Korra. I felt that it was more uh raging against industrialization and um clearly like parent issues with so many of the kids, which honestly like that was an underlying theme with the original series, but it I felt like it was more highlighted in Legend of Korra than it was Atla. Last language I made was in high school and I feel like I can make an even cooler language if I study linguistics more. Do it. Seriously, do it. Honestly, that is something I wish I knew how to do. Uh I'm sure I probably could learn it, but where I'm at right now, it's I need to learn actual like languages for like career related things before I need to learn fictional languages. Is Zuko not the poster child of daddy issues? Yes, feel free to quote this. I will do that, Twy, because I completely agree with you. But also consider this. Is not Azula actually the poster child of mommy issues? I mean, you can't just not mention J.R.R. Tolkien and the fact that he essentially created one language and four descendant languages from it. Yes, that man is a freaking legend. He, as far as both writing capabilities and linguistic capabilities and integration of like underlying psychology elements and history elements and all the things, I bow down to Tolkien. The man was brilliant. I forgot how stable she was. Yeah, she was totally stable. We'll go with that. I think that Azula got the short end of the stick in the end because she had not only mommy issues, but she had daddy issues. Because she was trying to get love from either parent and did not get love at all in the end. Whereas Zuko at least knew that his mother loved him before she disappeared. So, but he had like his father clearly didn't like him for most of his life, but he had at least a father figure in Uncle Iroh. So in a way, Azula actually got the worst off. That awkward moment when you can't call Azula mommy because it makes her mommy issues resurface. No! And then the possibility is only using parts of a language for naming culture. That is true. But I feel like doing that would cut the importance of why that naming culture exists, like kind of cuts him off at the legs in a way, that it feels incomplete to provide you a specific naming culture as the audience, the reader, and going, why do these names exist when the language itself is not present? And that's not to say that like you need an exhaustive, lengthy language to start, but so long as the what the words you're using are grounded in socio political, religious, cultural, any background information that you're not going to be blatantly stating to your audience, but that you know exists, and grounding your characters in that is, I think, going to benefit you in the long run. I like that one story with Tolkien where someone was saying it was dwarves and not dwarfs and not dwarves, and he was like, "I helped write the Bloody English Oxford Dictionary. I even wrote down the phonetic symbols." Ah! Exactly. The man was brilliant. The man was absolutely brilliant, and he was a contemporary, a friend even of quite a few pretty amazing authors, including A. Milne, who wrote The 100 Acre Wood, the Winnie the Pooh stories. Um and I can't remember the couple other people. They did a whole movie about it, which was actually very well done in my opinion. C.S. Lewis. Thank you. Yeah. Milne and C.S. Lewis, they were contemporaries of each other. Um and all of them fought in really, really bad, bloody battles and came back with battle fatigue, shell shock, which they did not know how to really deal with back in the day. Um, and so these men put it towards fictional writing to process their emotions, because you have the whole thing of like the English of stiff upper lip and all that kind of stuff. Um, and not allowing yourself to like feel emotions. So the only ways that they were able to get that out, the traumas out, was through their writing. And you definitely see that. I mean, with Lewis, you definitely get it in his very not well known, which is kind of a shame because it's a really well written short trilogy, sci-fi trilogy. Tolkien, Lewis, Charles Williams, and Owen Barfield. Wait, so then where am I getting Milne from? I guess because they're all around the same time as each other. Or the no, I'm sorry. Milne was World War One, not World War Two. Apologies, I'm getting mixed up here because I don't deal in the modern era nearly as much. But they all had the same purpose in their prose afterwards, after they fought in these really bad, horrible war battles. Yeah, war is horrible. Let's just go with that. Um, but yeah, like Lewis's sci-fi trilogy is really well done, and even though not many people, most people know him for like Narnia, and I mean, if you know some of the more theological writings that he has done, or like the Screw Tape Letters, um, and what was the on? Oh God, I can't remember what it's called right now. On something, something I don't remember. Um, CS the group, the Inklings, yeah, the Inklings. There was a movie about that that was really well done. War is horrible. Let's just go with that. I would say that's a pretty controversial opinion. How is that a controversial opinion, Twy? I need a 5-page expose on why war isn't horrible, and then I will concede. Should I start with the naming culture and expand the language from there? Yes. So I would recommend, as someone who has not done linguistics in that capacity, I have learned some languages, but as someone who has not done linguistics as a like etymological inquiry and study of culture and stuff, I would say ground the language in your characters and let them lead you. This is how I write my characters. My characters kind of become entities unto themselves, and I let them and their budding personalities and social histories and background information formulate as I'm slowly writing them into existence. And I find that naming them earlier on in the character formation can sometimes be a bad thing because I can let the naming part let them like it leads the character around by the nose. So if you're wanting something that's like a very specific meaning, um, then I would be cautious against that. But if you're wanting naming culture as uh like a way of cultural defining of like this character comes from a long family history of blah 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 blah, and that is where the name the like the family name comes from or something like that, like those kinds of things. I think that that's where it can be useful to start with the naming culture. And also if there are specific titles, like how we have like Mr. and Miss and Mrs. and those kinds of things, or Lord and Lady and like, and the other thing is don't beholden yourself to gendered naming culture either, because the idea of gendered naming culture is something that exists only within certain languages. So, and I'm not saying like be the it doesn't have to be like inclusive of there's a third gender. Sometimes there are actual languages that exist where the spoken form of the language, like take Chinese for example. I don't know Chinese, but I know enough about the culture and the way the language functions to strongly say that their pronouns of he, she, and it are all pronounced the same way. So you can talk for several hours with someone and using those pronouns without ever identifying the gender of what you're talking about. But it's only when you write down that the he, she, or it version of the character that you can understand which gender or if it's neutral. So there's those kinds of things that the idea of a gendered language is not always the case. I mean, that's why I'm fascinated by the concept of Mandalorian language because it is completely gender neutral. They don't have gendered language at all. So there's no concept of like they have to say he or she or it or they or whatever another. It's just they. Like there's no pressure for it. Where even a table has a gender. Yes, it's really stupid. Um And yes, I did call you on your bluff, Twy. If people read the actual Narnia books, the Narnia is just one big isekai. It literally is. It's one of the like original isekai versions that you exist, like that exists within fictional literature. Um, oh, and ads are about to start. Almost every major character there is from different worlds. The Ice Witch is from a world where she was princess, where the practice of dark blood magic was prominent, so she had ice-based powers because it helped preserve extracted blood. That makes sense. So I have not read all of the Narnia books. I have them. I have like an older like classical edition. I've read some of them. I've read the what is it? The Boy and the Magician something. The Magician's Apprentice, I think. Obviously, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then I think part of one other book that I don't remember. Um, Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland are both isekais. Yes, I would agree with that. Um, well, uh, okay, so there's different types of isekais. There are the ones where the isekai is the character dies in one world and gets transported to another. And then there's the type of isekai where the person is still alive in their original world and just temporarily gets transported into the other world. So I guess yes, but there's like subdivisions, subcategorizations that are happening there. I learned Mandarin when I studied Singapore. Pronouns aren't said in a word, they're said as a phrase. So the closest comparison is instead of he or she, it would be that person who is a boy or that who is a girl. That makes so much sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. Also, I'm going to run to the bathroom really quickly. For anyone who can hear me, I'm going to take a BRB. Okay, I'm back. Oh, and ad breaks over. Perfect timing. Okay. I'm gonna go for a second set. It's time. Yes, it is time for me to focus back. I want to write down all of the plot that I can remember, but I have to rename. Okay, yeah. So get like placeholder names if you have to absolutely mention the character's name and then have like key coordination for later development, but get like the main plot stuff written down. Hi back. Yes, I thank you, Twy. um So yeah, get like your main talking points down essentially, so that you aren't because the more time you spend trying to think back on it, sometimes you can actually lose some of the recall. So like get it on paper or type in a Word doc or however you need to get it down as quickly as possible. I find that that helps me when I'm trying to recall something is actually handwriting it or like if I'm writing too slowly or typing too slowly, I will actually get like my phone's recording app out and I will just start like no like brain to mouth filter, just like what is it? Stream of consciousness, the word I was looking for, the phrase I was looking for, so that you're just like speaking it as quickly as possible as it's popping in your head, so you're not trying to take the time to be like, oh, I need to write this down, and blah 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 blah, like those kinds of things. Okay, back to work. Um. Okay. Hmm. The dancing dragon, so cute. Oh my goodness. I like these. Those are cute. Are you off to bed, Haroon? I hope you have a good night if you are. Um, okay. Night night. Sleep well. I can tuck you in. Hmm. guess is... Okay. Digital things of the past, telling me the 12th was aware of the restrictions that could impede the metrist. Transition of power, all that good stuff. The work of human conscious effort to train for the function of the loss during her time as co-ruler. Age of Six Queen. Endorsing her as the eldest surviving daughter and joint heir of her brother. Okay. Suzu, what are you doing? Stop. What are you doing? I swear, my children. Okay. I don't think I need that one anymore right now. This one, possibly? Celeste Latonic Queen's Medal supposed to be adopted as case of no problem. I wrote some notes and I'm taking a chocolate break. Oh, chocolate. That actually sounds like a good idea. Let me go grab some. Hold on. Okay. Chocolate. Chocolate is the best brain food, especially when you're writing. Hmm. Everyone, reminder to hydrate and stretch. And snack break if you haven't had food. Or proper meal break if you need to go eat dinner or lunch or whatever time zone it is for you. Well, I can't imagine it would be lunch for a lot of people. So dinner, definitely dinner. Unless you're on like... Conahay is a good name for the witch. Translates to the witch who said no. Oh, is Conahay a good name for the witch? Yeah, I would say so, yes. If it's... wait, is... Okay, so this is coming back to... Is your world gendered elements or no? Because when I read Conahay, my brain went to a male witch. But generally, witches, because of Western stereotyping, are considered to be female, which is why I'm asking if it's a gendered world, like if it's a language that has gendered constructs in it. All genders are in the language as well as gender neutral. Okay. Yeah, my brain went to that this was a male character when I saw Conahay. But I will say something that I find for fantasy worlds, if you're gonna have really complex names where you need to put the phonetics in, try not to make them one of the main characters that people are gonna have to try and read that name a lot. And Conahay, I think, is one of the names that is really good for that, is that it's easy to guess how to pronounce it. What should I name my... I think that should be up to you. I don't know what language references you're going for. Because Conahay doesn't give me an idea necessarily of like what uh linguistic sources you might be consulting to start crafting this language. Oftentimes, like if you're looking at a really old language, oftentimes the language is just named after that region or that specific civilization or that like ethnic people. So like Latin is from the people group. It's why it's not... Latin is not called Roman, because Roman is a region, yes, but the Latin people settled that region. And like why it's Gaelic, because it's a regional thing. And then there's like well, Gaelic's a bad example because Gaelic has like a long history of some confusing things, but it's usually like regional based. So if this is based in like a really big civilization, oftentimes the civilization itself has a name for their language and a name for their culture that outside groups that are like looking in on them don't call it the same thing. So like the reason why we have the name Japan for the country is not because Japan calls themselves Japanese. It's because of Kublai Khan trying to invade what Chinese records refer to him calling the island of Japangu in the Chinese, which it's probably not exactly pronounced that way, but it eventually becomes Japan. Versus in Japan, the language is like, or not the language, but the people refer to themselves as, or as the country is like Nippon, which is not anywhere close to Japan. Well, I mean, slightly close, but it's not like there's different letters entirely in that. So I think it depends. Like when you look at Egypt, Egypt is probably not an example a lot of people know of, but Egypt was not Egypt. What we refer to as Egypt now is actually based off of the Greek Egyptiaca, which was a historical work recording Egyptian history, what became known as Egyptian history from the Greek perspective. But really it was known as the land of the Black Sands and the Red Sands, which was to indicate where the Nile sediment with the black sand and the desert, the red sand. So Kemet is one of the names in the old language that we've been able to, I wouldn't say translate, but to like understand that that was what Egypt was referring to itself as. Me hearing Nippon and thinking of Euphemia, yeah, that Yuffie is that literally, that every time I've rewatched Code Geass and that episode happens, I just I want to reach through the screen and just slap Lelouch upside the head for even joking like that. But anyway, in this book, there's the kingdom of time. The language should translate to speak the language of destiny. Okay. So do you have a word yet for either time or destiny? Because I think that that is where you can, you know, kind of give the language its name. Or like searching at least for the nomenclature in that. So I think that would be a good idea. Oh, Alaska? What? Alaska? I swear to God. What is this? Hold on. I need to screenshot this. Hold on. Where is Discord? Oh, wait. Is Alaska not in my Discord? RIP. Okay. Wow. Just wow. Alaska, if you can hear this. Wow. Just wow. How rude. Standing on my head. You're so silly. I'm starting completely from scratch. I have like 2 words written down so far. Yeah, I think you need a little bit more than that. That's like trying to put the cart before the horse just a little bit here. Because, I mean, when you think about it linguistically, a group of people who are all speaking the same language, who never encounter another language, never really have to identify what language they themselves are speaking. So if you develop more of the language and more of the background information, then it may just come to you because of them interacting as like a linguistic group, interacting with another type of linguistic group. Because otherwise, it's just the language that they speak. Like, it's not, they don't have to identify it. And this is the same thing that you see in a lot of ancient cultures where they don't have this conception of religion as even a word, because it is so ingrained into their everyday life, and the rituals, the practices, the basic things. So the kingdom will be bilingual. So is there a restriction on who is permitted to speak one of those languages? Because in the few instances where I've seen a kingdom that purposely does not encounter other kingdoms, but has bilingual aspects, is that the privileged have a specific language that they have educated a certain group of people that's usually connected to rituals pertaining to their gods. And so those who are wealthier, who can get educated with that, are permitted to use that language. And then the masses, the general public, who are citizens of this kingdom, have the other language. And so it is that distinction between the two that privileges those few that are wealthy and rule the nation, versus those who are the cogs in the machine, essentially. Time traveler. Hey, what language are you speaking? Person before the Tower of Babel was built. Words? Yeah, basically. That is literally it. That is literally it. Well, obviously kingdoms do diplomacy by speaking multiple languages. Yes. But if you mean to say that your kingdom is bilingual, where did the second language come from? So there's your background information that you need to flesh out more. Because clearly there had to have been a need for distinction if both languages generated out of a single kingdom. And if there's not a need, then why does that second language exist? Because there's no point in having something if there's not a necessity for it. Now, if it's a type of situation where this kingdom took in an influx of refugees, then that makes sense why there's such a large mass of a different language within the kingdom, that the kingdom now has to declare themselves bilingual in that sense. Or is it the type of thing where they have the main official language that everyone has to learn how to speak, and then you've got small cultural-based languages of, like, subset groups, usually different ethnic groups. You can look at, Africa is a really good example of this, where they have so many different smaller villages that all speak those different languages. And so there's not one common thread necessarily between them, but a lot of those countries also try to learn English because it is the common language throughout the world. That kind of stuff. Bad guy is the king of another kingdom and pretends to be nice but has a secret plot. I don't know how that pertains to the multiple languages or the bilingualness of your kingdom. Or are you saying that there are multiple kingdoms that you're dealing with, and so they're all having to speak multiple languages while interacting with each other? Is that what you mean? No, you're good, you're good. Okay, so there's multiple kingdoms is what you're getting at. That still doesn't mean that the kingdom was originally bilingual. So you still have to come up with, if these two kingdoms are interacting with each other and they're declaring themselves bilingual in only in the sense of diplomatic relationships, that does not mean that they're bilingual. It means that the people who are performing diplomacy talks between different kingdoms are doing their job. They have to know those languages in order to interact with with this other kingdom. Now, if it's required for the entirety of the kingdom to know both of those languages, regardless of what your social status is, then you can declare yourself to be bilingual in that sense of like as a kingdom policy. Not like bilingual as in you know two languages. No, bilingual as in the policy of the government is such that both languages are being taught to the people who are of kingdom XYZ. So, in that sense, yeah, bilingual. But if they're just doing diplomacy, then it's just a small group of people that are having to learn that second language. So it's not necessary to say that they are bilingual, but it is necessary to identify that foreign language that they are having to speak in order for diplomacy to occur. The citizens of both kingdoms visit each other, so it's practical to learn both languages, but varies on difficulty for different citizens. Okay, now I want to look this up because when does a country identify itself as bilingual? So it has to legally recognize two or more languages um, as like official languages of that country or kingdom or whatever another. This is typically to manage the historical, cultural, and or administrative needs. Um, and it's also usually required as it concerns things like constitutions of the kingdom or legislation, government stuff, education, and communication. Um, And then you've got things like, well, this is more in our world than anything else. You've got like post colonial stuff where a country has adopted that native language um, alongside the language of the power that used to colonize it. Um, and then there's also, of course, like indigenous population languages. But functionally speaking, if you're talking about there being an interaction between them, and they're necessarily needing like that they have such strong political and administrative ties to each other that but even though they're still two separate kingdoms, um I would may if it's pertinent to the plot, then yes, it could function as like we need to know that these kingdoms are bilingual with each other, but at the same time, if one kingdom is struggling more so to understand the other language, then that's a plot furtherance, like a plot device. Whereas if both kingdoms are like, "Oh yeah, we got this down. We don't have any problems learning both languages. We can talk with amongst each other. We're traveling back and forth trade-wise, administrative-wise, treaties, etc., etc. Some of our people have moved to your kingdom, some of your people have moved to our kingdom, those kinds of things, then maybe bilingual is important. But otherwise, I think that's just getting too much in the weeds of trying to write down your plot notes. Um, Broad strokes, I think, are a little bit better to go with of like, why are these kingdoms interacting with each other? Not the like not to say that hyperfixating on the language element isn't important, especially if you're going to have two different languages. Um, but I think that they need some variation at play of like, why are there two languages here? Are these kingdoms used to be one kingdom together and then they split because of these linguistic issues? Because they split because of like a cultural or religious issue? Um, is there like is something else at work? Like was this a civil war that caused this kingdom to split into two kingdoms? Were they ever one kingdom? Um, all those kinds of things. One kingdom is more magical than the other, so there's tension underneath the surface. Ah, okay. So is the kingdom with less magic more like restrictive on magic usage within their own borders? And is this causing tensions of diplomacy when they're having to go back and forth between the kingdom that's more magical and more open to magic usage versus the other kingdom who struggles with magic and has more restrictions placed on magic usage? I'm just like assuming things here. Over the 3 centuries of rule, the occasional Tomali pharaoh at point of the cover takes usually an heir, sometimes a wife, queen, or sibling. Okay. The less magical one wants to steal magic illegally. Ah, okay, and that's a good point. Does the magic have a name? So for example, in Egyptian history, there is both a god and the word for magic is the same as the god's name. So there is a god of magic named Heka, and then magic itself is referred to as Heka. So there's capital H, the god, Heka, and then there's lowercase h, Heka, as in magic. And oftentimes they're so heavily intertwined with each other because the Egyptians understood when they were accessing lowercase h Heka, they were essentially requesting the service of the god capital H Heka for the magical whatever they were asking for. Does the magic cabinet, the language of the magical kingdom could be related to the magic? That would be incredibly, I think, important to do, because if magic is so heavily ingrained in that kingdom and their main interaction with the world is going to be through the lens of their magic, then I think it would behoove you to incorporate the language as the same thing. So the way that Egypt works for their Heka is that it is all by rhetoric. It is all by word. So the word of like speaking something into existence essentially is how Heka would function. And it sounds kind of like what you're trying to go for. Neskana. Neskana sounds interesting. Neskana are destiny cards. Okay. So could you kind of co-op that name just a little bit and change it slightly so it's not necessarily identifiable as destiny cards, but that you could still utilize some bits of the word? Something related to so why do you both know what Neskana is? Or is Twy just mimicking what okay, and I haven't asked what you prefer to be called, Catgirl Porcelain. What would you, I hope preferably something from your actual name, because I'm really bad following up on the other. Okay, got it, Twy. I've kind of figured, but I wasn't 100% sure. But what do you prefer to be called as? Because I might just call you Porcelain. Because I'm really bad about remembering people's names when they're not actually in their user handle. Even if I have known them for a while, it's still a struggle for me. Twy, I already know. You did this the other night. Ah. You literally did this the other night. Oh, is this freaking, what's his name? Phil Collins, You'll Be in My Heart. You'll be this day on now and forever. Oh. What they know how we need each other to have to hold the same time. Yeah, I love this song. You Go Past Twy. Oh, you're so silly. Okay. I just wanted to fix this part. There we go. The Nescana summon a familiar and a destiny to the magical people, and you get named based on what the Nescana determines. Oh, okay. So Nescana is a thing that already exists in our world that's not something that you've created, or this is something that you've created, and that's the name of the magic. Because I don't actually know. Also, what timestamp are we at? 4-hour mark. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out. 9. We've actually made some pretty good progress. Or wait, I think I actually want this. No, I want this down here. Never mind. Lubel, hi. Welcome back, Gora. Certain magical people get assigned their destiny and their name at birth. Oh, okay. Hi, Lubel. How is the rest of, stream? Follow-up question. When you say one kingdom is less magical, are they weaker, need to practice more to do the same magic, or not everyone can do it? Oh, that's a really good point, too. Because if there's not everyone can do it in that one kingdom, and that could lead to internal conflict and resentment amongst the people towards those who can do magic. And then when that kingdom is interacting with the other kingdom that is able to do magic more readily, then, hi, it was good. I'll lurk while eat dinner. Have good dinner. Yes, Lubel was playing a little cheeky Date Everyone. Is that what it's called? Date Everyone or Date Everything or whatever it's called. But everyone go follow the cutie Lubel. And also, this will tell me. There we go. Date Everything. Okay. I haven't actually. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I haven't played it. I don't have it. I don't want to get it, honestly. There are some of the characters in the game that legit freak me out. They're way too much. I wonder what, is it gonna run the clip? Mix it up. Wake up. Mix it up. Wake up. It's not gonna run the clip. Rude. Okay. It does it sometimes. I guess it's broken right now. I don't know. Normally when I do the mini shoutouts, it's supposed to run a clip, but it didn't for some weird reason, and I don't know why. The tension is hidden and mostly felt by the king. He's of the Kana, but wants everyone's magic. Oh, so is he like insecure? Because the immediate thought that popped in my head was that he was not originally intended to be king. So like he had an older brother or something who was more gifted in the Kana, the magic, as a child, but then like the older brother who was the heir died of some unknown thing, random thing. And so now the less like magically powerful brother, the younger son, is now the king. So then because there's always underlying trauma. No no offense. All of our characters have trauma. Let's just go with that. All of our characters need therapy. So that would be my thinking is like why he wants everyone else's magic. Or that he wanted to be king and so he actually committed fratricide by stealing his brother's magic and that's how he became king and so he has to have like he has to steal other people's magic to continue using his magic now because he damaged his own magic while killing his brother or something like that. Like this is the tangent that my brain can go off on if you let me. And I'm trying not to put words in your book. Because it's your book. It's your story. You should make it your own. And ads are probably starting soon. So, oh, there we go. Generational issues where there's intense competition. He wants to control everything and everyone's to be spawn. Ah! So there is trauma. When in doubt, look for trauma. Oh, okay. Where is this? This, oh, this is here. Okay. Welcome back from ads. Okay, so the king has generational issues where there was intense competition and he wants to control everything and everyone to be his pawn. He stole magic by capturing neighboring kingdom's Kana. Okay. Not that one. This one? If I don't hold the book upside down. Welcome back. So then how does that affect diplomacy talks, diplomatic relations between these two kingdoms if one of them is clearly run by a king who is wanting to steal Kana, and who is the opposing side of that? Is the other kingdom's ruler aware of these issues, or is it something that there is like a wizard's tower-esque group of highly intellectual magical practitioners that deals more so with the magical issues, the Kana issues, and the main magical kingdom's government is less so aware of this. And so when they're in these diplomatic talks with this other king who's trying to steal the Kana, are they not aware of that at the time? So it's all those little like bits and pieces and how they interact with each other. Moving on. Will it not let me skip? Hello? There we go. Oh, I need to plug my phone in so that it won't die and so I can still see chat. The main character is working to uncover the king's corruption. She can see people's final moments and he heard a prophecy and tried to have her assassinated. Oh. Well, I mean, there's always a prophecy. There's always a prophecy. It is the cliche that exists in most all fantasy realms. Oh no. No yawns, no yawns. I must stay awake. I think inje should be the word for speak, but that's to change. Okay. This is true. And then they could be like Nesconites or something. Or Nesconians as like a people name. Or Nesconens, I guess you could say. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay.
Make sure to stay hydrated.
Okay,
Well,
hold
it's
on,
a
hold
very
on.
healthy habit.
Let me finish this. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate way. The royal lineage have exclusive access to the Niscana of time. No. But it's only 9:45. I'm halfway through. Finish now, play. What do you mean? I'm not playing. I'm typing. Finish now. Yeah, play. I literally just read the one thing. Let me be. Leave me be. The stretch. Okay, hold on. Mateo. Everybody stretch. If it hurts, you're doing it wrong. Unless you have creaky bones. In that case, I can't help you. Okay. Everyone in the kingdom has Niskana, but Niskana at a time is like an ultra rare collection. Oh, okay. So it's sort of like, and this is where I want to play Final Fantasy VII because I know some of the like magic and background lore of Final Fantasy VII through other things, but not the actual game itself. There's these like special what are they called? They're like the magic ball things that they use. I'm drawing a blank on what they're called right now, but there's one that's like specifically rare, like super rare to find, that's like gravity or something like that. Okay. Oh, wait. There we go. And then this is nothing insecure, no pain, so shame. You're beautiful, no matter what they say. Words can't bring me down. Oh no, not beautiful. And thank you for the lurk way. I'm barely yapping. Or this research is really occasional to play. Okay. And also save your documents if you don't have autosave set up. Or save whatever it is that you're working on. Okay. 31. Gonna head out with friends, Lily. Be sure to finish your paper in an hour or so. Oh my god, please. Have a good one, Gora. No, it's gonna be about 10 p.m. soon. So it's 7 to 10 right now for me. So I've still got a few more hours. But apparently I'm gonna have to pause because my cats want attention and probably snack. Okay. I have to get ready for bed. Have a good night, Porcelain. Take care. I hope that the writing session and brainstorming helped a little bit. Going to write more tomorrow? Yes, I will be pretty much doing writing streams from now until Tuesday. So like Tuesday I probably won't have any stream because that's like the last day for final submission stuff. But definitely on Monday. So between now and Monday, I will be doing these writing streams. So if you would like to pop back in and work and lurk, I do have a Discord. I know not everyone wants Discords, but like if you would like to join, I do post my live notifications for these streams in there. I try to be as minimalist as possible, tagging people. But otherwise, I hope you have a fantastic night, and hopefully I will see you around again. special action scenes of riding a horseback, continuing on the field of battle. Mm. When she is shown images making an offering to the gods herself, her consort can be found in parallel, performing the same ritual duties. Okay, so not that one. Hi. Also, I don't even think I asked you what you prefer to be called a digital cow when you rated the other night. Hello, how are you? Do you prefer to go by digital, by cow? What would you like? Also, I'm gonna have to pause to go feed my cat snack. Because otherwise they're gonna meow at me a bunch. Um... Hmm. 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 Which source by Pomodoro are they using? Oh, okay. I'm not using that one. Got it. That's why. Yep. Um, I mean, that should be fine as is. Um, okay, that's my pause point. I will be right back. Let me go pull snack out for my cats. Give me like 5 minutes. Hi, Alaska. I tried tagging you in the Discord and then I didn't realize you weren't in my Discord. But it's fine, you don't have to join. I took a screenshot of when you stood on my head. I thought it was funny, so I was gonna be like, at Alaska was helping me study. Or like keeping me focused studying. It was funny. But how are you? Also, I'm sorry if you can hear crunching. I have chocolate, and then I also have they're like dehydrated pineapple, so they're crunchy chips, pineapple chips. I saw you had Marvel Rivals open earlier. I had downloaded that at one point, and then I uninstalled it because I didn't think I downloaded it thinking that I would play with some people. And then I got busy, and then I was like, well, looking at gameplay of people actually playing this, I don't think I understand the game. And so I uninstalled it. But I had another, so a streamer, a friend of a friend who also is a streamer, was telling me about Heartopia and how the original reason, so I had installed Heartopia, but I never actually opened the game because then I was informed that it uses AI, but so I like uninstalled the game. But recently I was informed that the AI that they are using is not stealing work from other people. They're just using it to turn the images into puzzles. Um, so like that, the artwork that they're using is the pixelated art that the game devs have developed based off of public domain art and then run it through the AI to make it into puzzles, or it's game art that the devs themselves have developed to then run through the AI to make puzzles. So I'm like, if that's the only thing that they're using AI for, that's not a problem for me. So I was thinking I might play Heartopia at some point, but I've got a bunch of other games now that I want to play. That I have yet to play because I've been busy. Busy. But this has been fun co-working and you keeping me company in the game. Thank you for doing that. I still don't really know how this game works as far as like how people can connect on the server and stuff like that. Because I set it to private so that I'm not having to deal with people doing stupid things in the background while I'm not looking. Like, that's my main concern of why it's private. But the good news is I'm on page 7 finally. I had to go back and fix a couple of things. I didn't realize I had left some things off. But now I'm officially on to page 7 as far as edits are concerned, which actually was page 5. So I've added about 2 more pages worth of content, which is pretty darn amazing. Thank you. I'm trying. So the goal right now is that if I can, I will not end stream until I finish this chapter tonight. Which at the rate I'm going, I don't know. But I'm also hoping, so I did a prediction towards the beginning of stream. That's like, will I finish before 3 a.m.? Because at this point I have low faith in myself and my ability to get this done before 3 a.m. I have faith. Motivational quote. Teehee, the streamer noticed me. The bot up, please. Why? That's pretty no. Oh my god. Honestly, like, Atissa, I barely know Atissa, and she's so much fun. She's so silly fun. And I have the Blockbuster game now because someone very generous in the community gifted me the game. So I'm not even gonna call it Retro Rewind. It's literally the Blockbuster game in my mind. So I'm very excited to play that. And I've got a bunch of other games that either I've gotten because they were on sale or that got gifted to me. So, yeah. It would be nice if there was like a quote bot that's not like group like the community quotes, but actually a motivational quote. What are you, Alaska, what are you doing? Oh, you were just changing your... Are you leaving me, Alaska? Do you want me to go somewhere else in the game? We can go sit somewhere else in the game. Would you like that? I can move. Alaska, we can move in the game. We don't have to keep sitting here. I know we've been sitting... Where... You disappeared on me before. What? Did you leave? Alaska, come back. I don't see you. Help. Oh, there you are. I don't know how to run in this game. What? What? Oh! What? Since when was this in here? What? Why is this a thing? Oh, I'm poor. I don't have any keys. Since then, when was this a thing in here? What? Hi. Since when was this a thing? Wait. Yay! Oh, this is so cute! I'm gonna move this. Behind waterfall. Thank you. Yes, I am bad at directions. For anyone who has played games with me, I am bad at directions. There we go. Okay. That is so cool. I didn't know that place existed behind the waterfall. I haven't really explored the game too much. I'm still getting used to how the camera moves. It's kind of a little glitchy for me. Not glitchy, just like it's as weird as this sounds, it moves similar to how the Sims 3 camera moves when I'm building in the Sims 4, but there's like it drags or something. Like there's a it's slower for me moving the camera angle. I don't know. It's weird. But this is so cute. Okay, we're gonna be cozy making s'mores. We'll make a s'mores together, Alaska. Hee hee. But I am gonna go back to work. And for what it's worth, I'm bad at everything. Twy? No. Bonk, 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 bonk. Where is my bonking emote? Help. Here. No. Bad Twy. No. Spray bottle for you. Well, I'm waiting for a spray bottle emote from Chicken. But spray bottle emote. So behave then. Don't say silly nonsense. Hmm. Okay. And then I also want do, 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 do. My life has been my life has been beautiful, it's true. Excuse me. Not the time to make. Oh my god, please. Actually, that would be interesting. How would that work? I'm like trying to figure how the lyrics would flow. Because you didn't get the reference. And I don't know what to do. No, I got it. I got it. I got the reference. I just don't know how the lyrics would flow. That's all I'm saying. No, the lyrics. No, I mean, you said a parody. When you mean a parody, I thought, or when you said a parody, I thought you meant. Well, no, it wouldn't even work because Nefer. She never be never. It doesn't work linguistically. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what to do because you didn't get the reference. I got the reference. I'm just like, my brain went immediately to how can you use the word Nefertiti in the lyrics? Since it means basically the beauty that has come, or the beautiful one. Anyway, where is this? I know I saw it. Oh, here it is. Is this it? I think this is it. Please hold. I'm understanding why I'm single now if I'm fumbling the Nefertiti pickup line. Oh, no. Okay, Twy, you have to understand. I have to have someone explicitly state, because this is the part of the thruple-tism. This is the autism and the ADHD and the dyslexia, well, mostly the autism at play in my brain. I have to have someone explicitly state to me, I am going to flirt with you, and then proceed to flirt with me. Okay? Because I have been on multiple occasions with friends or even with my mom out and about doing things. And for some reason, this always seems to happen at like a grocery store or a restaurant. And I do not know why. And they'll have flirted with me. And then as we're leaving or like walking to my car or her car or whoever's, then they tell me that XYZ person was flirting with me. And I just thought they were being nice. It is my official throuple. I am in no other relationship except for with my neurospicy brain. Because it keeps me from being in relationships with people sometimes. Hi, Destiny. I'm assuming I can call you Destiny. Welcome in to the wonderful conversation we're currently having. I think I'm worse than that. So really good. Yeah. I have to have people like tell me like ahead of time that they're gonna flirt with me and compliment me I know. It's silly. It's very silly. I can notice that someone is interested, but I just intentionally dismiss. No, so that's the problem is I don't notice when someone is interested. I legitimately it does not register to me. Um, you can call me Destiny. Okay, hi, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Are you a what do you mean? What is so funny? Oh, so I'm bad. I don't know how we got on this topic. I think it was the music related thing. So I'm studying ancient history, and my thesis happens to be about Egyptian queens. And so Nefertiti, which was a chapter I've already finished, essentially means like the beautiful one or the beautiful one has come. And the song that was on earlier that was the lo-fi theme version of it was You're Beautiful or something like that. Um and so we somehow got on the topic of like parody songs, which then segued into my neurospicy brain not comprehending, or like I have a thruple. So I have autism, ADHD, and dyslexia, and my neurospicy brain does not comprehend that people are flirting with me. So that's the funny part, I think, that I was trying to get at. Because I think there's no way they're actually into me. No, that's not my problem. I just legitimately am socially incompetent sometimes when it comes to people being romantic towards me. I can see it when people are being romantic towards other people as like a third party for some weird reason, but not when it's directed at me. Um, like I legit had a girl kiss me on the cheek and I just thought, "Oh wow, she's very friendly." Sir,
Make sure to stay
that's not how
hydrated.
that works.
It's a very healthy
Oh, thank you
habit.
for the hydrate. Well, that's the last of the Pellegrino. Least okay. So I know this is gonna sound incredibly what's the word I'm looking for? Rude, but all I can hear when you put the listen in caps lock is this one Italian guy that used to hang out at a Starbucks I would go to with my parents when I was younger. And he would go, "Listen, listen." And it's like this really long, drawn out E sound. And I don't know if this is just like purely an Italian linguistic thing or if it was just a him thing. Um, I saw her kiss some of her girlfriends and I was like, I thought she liked our mutual friend. Guess what? Monday, March 30th was my birth. Oh, congratulations! Happy birthday. Yeah, I will be actually graduating with my master's on my birthday in a month, which is kind of crazy. Navi, no, oh my god, no. But between you, Twy, and insane talking about this, so I do like linguistic things a little bit, especially like fantasy linguistic things. And one of the things I want to do is like a fun thing is learn how to speak Navi. Um, oh, thank you for the save. Yeah, let me save my doc because I haven't saved it in a minute. Um, yes, on my birthday. It's really weird. I will literally be a year older for exactly an hour before the ceremony starts. It's kind of funny. Um, because I'm like the earliest group of graduating master students. So, which works in my favor because it means that um like I can just be done and not have to go to campus for any of the other days with all of the rest of the crowds of people. So we can like get in, get out. Um, and then my family and I are all going to dinner to celebrate my graduation slash birthday celebration. So, I mean Zelda Navi, not Avatar Navi. I don't know what Zelda Navi is. When I think Navi, I think N-A apostrophe V-I, which is not a V. The language from the Avatar movie with the blue people, not Atla, which is Avatar The Last Airbender. Which I found out something interesting the other day, that apparently the I can't remember the director of Avatar with the Blue People movie, but I guess he had like copywritten or something, trademarked Avatar like as a title for a production. So Avatar: The Last Airbender was required to add a subtitle to theirs so that it wouldn't like infringe the fairy that says listen in Ocarina. I have not played. Okay, so the only Legend of Zelda game that I have ever played is Breath of the Wild, and that was the first time I was ever introduced to Legend of the Zelda. I do have Tears of the Kingdom, which I bought in the hopes that it would force me to actually finish Legend of Zelda, which I have yet to finish, or the Breath of the Wild, so that I could go into playing Tears of the Kingdom. Uh, it has not at all helped. So I have plans to play more console games as well now. Um so yeah. Um I guess I'll continue eating my snack while we're chit-chatting. But Destiny, are you a writer or are you just in here for like I don't have a co-working bot. I will disclaimer that. I refuse to pay for a subscription for a co-working bot because I find that incredibly silly that I'm already having to buy games that function as co-working games essentially. Um so you don't have to answer if you're lurking though. Hmm. Ah, what's the bonks for? Yes, I am. I am. I'm working. I'm working. Hi. I am currently I have added 2 pages. Be proud of me. I have added 2 pages. And so originally my like editing mark that I had left was on page 5 and then it moved down to page 7 and now I'm on page 8 as far as edits are concerned. So I have made a lot of progress. I've eaten dinner. I've had a snack. Well, I'm actually in the middle of having a snack. Um um I have jibber jabbered slightly. I just saved twice. Oh, sorry, I had a few moments last night streaming got to me. Yes, I'm proud of you. What do you mean had a few moments streaming last night? What is going on? What's going on? What happened? What happened? Who do I need to fight? What happened? I will save even though nothing has actually happened in the past 2 seconds. That save has been redeemed. Who do I need to fight, mister? I will fight.
Bite
What
me,
happened?
Mommy.
Not the bite me, mommy, please. I'm getting EP. I go lay down. Okay, Alaska. Go sleep. Go sleep. Have good night. Myself, I started randomly cry because I felt like I wasn't going in. Oh no. Okay. You're Mr. Mountain. Seriously. I I may not be able to catch all your streams right now because I have been busy. Well, and goodbye, Alaska. We're currently roasting marshmallows by ourselves. How sad. But oh well. No, Alaska needs to sleep. Um but no, like seriously sending you a huge hug. I don't particularly care for Hell Let Loose because I have opened the stream one time and I was like, I don't know about this and I probably should have just left a tab open. And I haven't been doing that. Progress is not linear, it can go up and down. This is true. This is very true because I have full on had people unfollow me or like Twitch has unfollowed them because it does happen. Um, in the past, especially when I was one, not streaming very consistently at all. So in that sense, you are ahead of me, um, as far as the game is concerned. Um, the other thing is, I will say, research wise, the number of male VTubers as far as their audience growth is concerned compared to female VTubers, regardless of how sexualized their character is, people unfortunately are more likely to gravitate towards female VTubers and female streamers in general over male VTubers and male streamers. So it's more a matter of growing because it took me a long time. And I know that you've been streaming on and off and then like changed accounts and stuff like that. And that's probably contributed to this sense of frustration. For me, I've been streaming roughly since about 2022, 2023, I think. And it's only been within this past 6 months, essentially, not even a full year, that I have managed to grow as much as I have. I changed my name. I changed the character. Well, I had commissioned a character. I got a PC to actually play proper games on. Um, I have emotes, all the things. Like it took me a really long time, and it took me 2+ years to get affiliate. Um, Not just because I was incredibly inconsistent with streaming, but just because I was struggling to grow my community. Oh, I'm the same. I'm so grateful to have like know you and have you and Mrs. in my life, not just because of the model and stuff like that, but I like hanging out and chatting with you guys. And it's no, it's natural to feel frustration. I mean, what's really part of why I don't like one, I didn't get the chance to celebrate my affiliate anniversary last year because I had my mom over and she was having surgery complications and stuff, so I was taking care of her. But also, my when I first got affiliate, like I reached that milestone, was the exact same week that my mom had a stroke. So it my affiliate anniversary is not like a positive thing that I really want to celebrate. Um, which kind of sucks, but at the same time, it's not the whole point of me streaming was not to gain money or to do whatever. I just wanted to hang out with friends online and game. And I think that being able to chat and yap the way that I do does help somewhat, but also finding friends in other communities and hanging out with them and stuff like that. You can change the date your affiliate anniversary is celebrated. You can? I didn't know that. Because mine is in, I think, the end of July. And that would be awesome if I could change it. Obviously, I can't celebrate it this year, unfortunately. It would have to be like a delayed affiliate celebration, because I'm not going to be streaming that day at all or for most of that week, actually. So like the birthday celebration that I'm having on stream, I'm doing a collab stream with my best friend Shadow Vampire because her birthday is at the end of April, and so we're going to celebrate hers and mine since they're so close together. Um but like that celebration's going to be about 2 weeks before mine is. Um so it's kind of awkward to be like, "Oh, I should do it on this day because then I can do the celebration when I actually can't this year." So it always seems to be like something coming up. And I don't know. I guess I could do like my affiliate anniversary on Star Wars Day. Because that will be the last day that I can stream before family comes in. For my graduation and stuff. I don't know. I haven't really thought this far in advance because I've been so hyper fixated on finishing these papers and like getting them submitted in time. And then it was like after April 14th, I can allow my brain to finally think beyond just master's thesis and witchcraft historiography paper. Make sure you get your work done. Also, lots of love. As always, I'm going to rest and calm. Yes, I'm sending you a big hug, mister. I hate that that happened, but please take the time to yourself to just like deep breaths and whatever it is that if you need to listen to calming music or something, meditate. I don't know what it is you do normally, but yeah, please just take care of yourself. Um so and I'm really grateful to have you as a friend in this community. I appreciate you. And that goes for everyone, as I have now dubbed everyone in chat as not a person NAP. All of the NAPs in chat are incredibly important and wonderful people, and I'm so glad that you're here. Yes, our NAP our NAP audience, which ironically also stands for NAP. Help Twitch article affiliate or partner. Oh, thank you, Twy. Let me go put that in my stream related channel so that I can remind myself to go do stuff. Also, should I switch over to the plastic duck simulator? Or are we liking that I've got the co-working countdown clock on stream? Because the plastic duck simulator does not have that. And I could not get the spirit lo-fi sessions to show up on stream the other night at the beginning of stream, thus the black screen that happened briefly. I'm happy either way. Okay. Okay. Let me put that there. The clip bot does work. Okay, I had to check because I wanted to see how if I set it up correctly with Mix It Up. I'm honestly kind of fine having this here. I like the fact that there's a timer in the background because when this clicks, I can hear like time moving forward essentially for break times, even though I'm not following the break times. So I think I will leave this here for now. I hate that the Spirit Lo-Fi Sessions wasn't working properly when I tried opening it on stream. Was that yesterday, I guess? Because that also has the timer feature and stuff like that. So I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll stick with this for right now. We're plugging away. We're doing good. I just have to find. I hate that I didn't just automatically go and put this in here because I had found like the perfect thing and now I can't find it when I was looking for something earlier. This is always how it goes for me. I look at 500 things and then I don't write them down. I need the, like, every time I see something that I'm like, oh, this could be interesting, I need that SpongeBob thing of write that down, write that down. It's gotta be in here somewhere. Or was it here? No. Oh, found it! I'm magical. I stopped looking for it and I found it. Haha. It's always how it is. Chocolate, chocolate. Okay. Is this Zombie by Cranberry? Or the Cranberries or whatever? Yeah. But you said exactly why I have so many tabs on my computer. Yes. Right now, I actually don't have nearly as many tabs open as I normally do when I'm doing a research paper, but so many of my sources are actually physical hard copies of books, thus the occasional paper sounds you're hearing through my mic. Which I have gotten a bit spoiled having electronic books because I can just do a control F and find like searchable keyword stuff. And you can't do that with a book. You got to do it the old fashioned way. And so it's kind of like brought me back to the old days of when I used to do research when I was younger for like early parts of my high school, when they were really encouraging you to use as many physical sources that you could find at your library as possible before you ever go and search stuff online. So it wasn't to say that we weren't allowed to use online sources back then, but just that it was less popular. My sources are PDFs usually, but I have that issue because some PDFs are scans of papers. Yeah, so a few of the sources that I have used in this entire thesis, I don't believe any particularly for this chapter on Cleopatra, but a few of them are actually so old that when they were scanned as PDF documents, they were not scanned with, I can't remember what the word is, but it essentially makes all of the characters, the letters in that document searchable. And when these documents were scanned in, because they're so much older, they were not made available as searchable PDF documents, essentially. And so that makes it incredibly frustrating sometimes trying to look through these documents and the ways and even which the online like quote unquote scrolling aspect, because it's not even a scrolling motion that you can just like use your scroll wheel up and down. You're having to physically like click through pages like it's an old what are those called? Where you have to go to the library and you have to click through the old monographs. I can't remember what they're called right now. You don't see them basically at all anymore because we have electronic copies of things that are so much more functional in large part, but there are still a portion of a lot of electronic sources have not been migrated well from a physical to a to an online copy. Visions never change. Can't you something real? Okay. Smell of you in every single dream I dream. You're the one that had this letter. It's one of my kind. Hey, soul sister, hey, Mr. on the radio, stereo, the way you move like you know. Okay, perfect. And then pull this back up. I feel like I should move this one around a little bit. Okay, hold on. Spread throughout the Hellenistic world, building gap. Energy servers to pay homage. And identifying herself as else here. Impotent with following the impotent half orange who was at an team for the display. Actually, I do want this up front here. Do, 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 do. Not for Dionysus. Dionysus, Dionysus. Something the Greek-speaking understood as a divine syncretism. The royal status of the queen was permitted to be displayed in the confines of divine status in the Dutch. Cleopatra demonstrated her autonomy outside these strictures by appearing alone on the bark shrine of Geb and offering to the god of the temple of Planet Coptos and assuming the title of female Horus, the temple of Bukismot. Horus. That same title receives a long episode of Dundera where she is praised as the female Horus, daughter of Rule, and of the Ram Canum. Her association with the god Geb linked Cleopatra with Arsinoe. Control Heliopolitan. With the Heliopolitan god. There we go. Co-rulership. This reference to Ptolemaic rulership patterns of kingship. Association linked. No, this is a weird sentence. Something's wrong with this. I don't like this. Her association with the Heliopolitan god Geb linked Cleopatra with Arsinoe II, the fellow daughter of Geb. Okay, I need to move this to a separate area so I can look at it in whole. As referenced by subsequent Ptolemaic. Oh, that's what I have to do. Stop. There we go. His fellow daughter, given that Arsinoe is co-rulership with her husband. Second was referenced by subsequent Ptolemaic rulers. Okay. Hi, chicken. How are you, my love?
Make sure to stay hydrated.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
It's a very healthy habit.
And the stretch. Oh, that feels good. Actually, my right side is a little tighter. I must have slept weirdly. Hi. I pulled a chicken earlier. I meant to start stream at like 2 o'clock, and I ended up taking a nap instead. I pulled a chicken. I woke up about 4, like I had a solid like 2.5 hour nap. Which actually really helped, honestly, because it was gonna be one of those. I debated napping, and because otherwise I felt like I was just gonna stare at my Word doc. Like I would start stream, I would stare at my Word doc, and then I would be, "Hey chat, I'm gonna go end stream and take a nap, and I'll start stream." It was gonna be one of those kinds of things. So I decided to go ahead and just take a nap, and then Suzu came and cuddled with me, and I needed that. I needed my cat cuddle time. So I definitely needed the nap. It helped a lot. I had a good meeting with my professor about my witchcraft historiography paper. So he helped reframe things. Unfortunately, he needs me to backtrack a little bit. So I'm not quite back to square one. I'm back to like square three, which kind of sucks, but he wants me to change it from a thematic organization to a chronological organization. Did you win, son? Did you win, son? Okay, no. So, yeah, what's up with the prediction? So at the early, not like at super at the beginning. I had one at the very beginning, but then like not many people were here. So I tried to do a prediction for as long as possible earlier in like the first hour of stream because I ate dinner on stream because that seems to help center me a little bit, like getting some of the yapping out of my system so that I can then hyperfixate on my paper, which I'm doing really well so far. I've added about 2.5 pages worth, and now I'm on to, what page am I on? I'm on page 9. Let's freaking go. I'm on page 9 of 14 right now. So I am actually getting pretty good. I have not taken any game breaks. I've taken some snack breaks and some chat breaks. But I feel really good. So the prediction is I am not allowed to end stream until I have finished this chapter edited entirely because I am down to the wire on all of the stuff I need to get submitted. The yapping is still in my system. I apologize. You're fine, Twi. It's actually given me moments of like brain reprieve to step slightly away, even though I haven't stepped away from my desk necessarily. But to step away mentally from the paper a little bit. Like chatting with Porcelain earlier and helping her with her creative writing and stuff also helped me. Um, so I forgot to eat dinner yesterday and just finished my dinner right now. Ma'am, Subway 6-inch and a bag of Sun Chips. I love Sun Chips so much, so freaking much. I remember, so when I was younger and my mom would take me to it was like a daycare thing, but it was for like evening times. So like if my mom needed to go out for a late night business, not late night, but like evening dinner business meeting, or if she went on a date or something, um, she would take me to this daycare that would do like evening care. Like you had to pick your child up, I think by like 10 o'clock or something at the latest. But she would always take me to Firehouse Subs, and I would get their sandwiches, and then I would always get Sun Chips. I love Sun Chips. So yes, yes, yes. And you put them in the sandwich, and then the crunch with the softness of the sliced sandwich meat and the bread and it's so good. It's so good. I miss going to Firehouse Subs so much. There's not one like near me at all, and I think they have gluten-free bread now, and I'm so sad. I'm so sad. And there's not even like a McAllister's. I know this is a very McAllister's is probably a little more of a niche thing than Firehouse Sub, but McAllister's is like Firehouse Sub, like Subway, but a little bit different. They have a little bit more food types than just sandwiches, and they don't do them as sub sandwiches. They do them as like on sliced sandwich bread. So it's a little bit different, but it's the same concept of it's really like a soup and sandwich place. It's sort of like Panera is probably the larger chain version of it, even though Panera is more like salad bowl focused. So I guess it's not like Panera. Anyway, um, I totally ate dinner. I totally ate dinner, and I'm talking about food like I haven't had dinner. I did have dinner. But yes, thank you for eating and taking care of yourself, chicken. Um, and like half a brisk. Half a brisk. You mean like half a brisket or half a brisk is a drink? Is brisk like Sprite? I feel like I've heard of brisk as a drink company. Brisk iced tea. Thank you. My brain, like, this is the problem with when you hyperfixate on very selective things for long periods of time, that your brain short circuits on everything else because it cannot use up any more brain power for anything except for the current. You know, you remember that scene in SpongeBob where he has like all of the filing cabinets of all of his thoughts and ideas and memories and all that kind of stuff? It's not the where it catches on fire, it's just the exactly the right amount of paperwork of those thoughts are out of the filing cabinet, and literally no more room is on any of the desks for anything else. And so I can only do what is currently in my operational capacity of thinking. I like raspberry iced tea though. I like raspberry iced tea a lot. I like peach tea, peach iced tea. I think it's better than raspberry. But I like peaches. So they're they're yummy and sweet. I like nectarines too, but you don't their nectarines are a little more expensive than peaches. And I think they have a shorter growing season than peaches. I don't know. There was when I used to live in Virginia, when I attended my undergrad, there was this awesome farmers market, and there would be all these local farms because I was in a smaller town where I was living, um which really isn't doxing because there's a shit ton of small towns in Virginia and a shit ton of universities. Um and I don't live there anymore anyway, so you couldn't connect me, but whatever, it's fine. So there was this amazing farmers market that I would go to, which unfortunately was only on like the weekends. Um, and they would have the juiciest, yummiest peaches. And they also had apples. There was this one stand that would have like apple flavors, like species of apples you've never even heard of. Like you don't see them in grocery stores. I guess because they don't make large enough batches to sell them to like large chain grocery stores, but they're great for smaller farmers market stuff. And some of those apples were so freaking delicious, and I hate that I can't get them anymore because I don't live there. Um or the eggs. The eggs were so good too. And they were reasonably priced for organic, like properly free range eggs. Or the meat seller that would come by once every couple of weeks, and they did like wild turkey and wild boar and all that kind of stuff. No, don't leave me. You're sleepy. Oh no. Well, I mean, it is 8:20, right? 11, 10, 9, 8. Is it 8 for you? Chicken? Chicken, help me math. Chicken, what time is it for you? It's not super late. Okay. That's sort of late-ish. Okay, I guess, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, you can leave me, I guess. I know it's very chill vibes in here that you could probably fall asleep to because I'm working on writing and not really verbalizing. Gotta be up in 12 hours, and that's about the time I start winding down. Oh, well, you need to go ahead and wind down, my dear, and go to bed. So please, please go to bed. You don't have to hang out here. Well, I'm already in bed. Well, no, go sleep. Go sleep. You can be in bed, but go sleep. Sleb. Sleb, sleb. I'm going to stay up then. No! No! Spitefully. No! I love you, chicken, and I care about you, and I want you to sleep in my honor because I will not probably be going to bed until after 3 a.m. I'm going to read on my iPad. Okay. You can read and hang out here, I guess. But sleep for me, please. I have to finish this damn chapter. I said I would finish this damn chapter and I would not end stream until I am done with this stupid chapter. I'm so ready to be done with my thesis at this point. I'm kind of like, I'm reaching meltdown point, like neurospicy meltdown point because I'm so tired and I want to be done. And this stage of the writing is making me slightly hate my topic and the work that I've put into it, even though I know it's good. Batman time? What do you mean Batman time? You mean fanfic Batman time? Yeah. That's the stage that I'm at, and that's why I know I would never be able to go directly into my PhD, even if I could afford it, which I can't right now.
Make
Because I'm
sure to stay
just
hydrated.
tired.
It's a
I'm just
very
so
healthy
tired of being a
habit.
student right now. Thank you for the hydrate. Yes, Destiny is a new friend of ours. Who is also writing, I believe. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I wasn't terribly slouching. I was just like leaning on one arm of my chair. So I guess it counts as half slouching. But I will sit up straight. But I miss gaming with the buddies. I miss having fun time. I had to give myself last night I had to give myself some offline Minecraft time to just like empty brain, resource gather, and explore more maps in the vital signs server that Ali Prasalam made, that's like heavily modded. It's not as heavily modded, I think, as the Froge Pond SMP. Planet Crafter Monday? No. So Monday is like the very last day that I have before things have to be submitted on Tuesday, April 14th. So I will be lucky if I sleep over the next several days, much at all. But after I submit things on April 14th, chicken, I will message you and we can play Planet Crafter. Tuesday. Sometime on Tuesday, April 14th, after I have officially emailed all of the paperwork, all of the documents to my professors, we can play Planet Crafter. And if not, it will be Wednesday. But I'm going to need like easy brain game probably for the next week after like everything is submitted. So Planet Crafter, just Minecraft resource gathering, not really building things, but just exploring resource gathering. So I figured you'd want to relax and stuff after you submit it, so I said Wednesday. I will probably want to tell people that I have done the deed, I have finished. I want to celebrate with people because there's this sense of relief afterwards of submitting. Yeah, Planet Crafter I think is the easiest brain game that we share between us right now to play, because even Supermarket Together actually takes more brain power for me, because then I'm constantly going back and forth restocking and with the maths and the stuff, and that's too much brain. So I need empty brain game. Yeah, it takes so much brain. It is big brain game. So Planet Crafter is small brain game, especially if you're the one that's building stuff and I'm just out gathering and coming back and gathering and coming back, and that's what my brain can probably handle on Tuesday. I will message you if I am not up for it on Tuesday, but otherwise I normally love building, but when my brain is operating on negative 12 spoons, I need someone else to brain for me. So, yeah. So, definitely will let you know, but I'm thinking Tuesday after submissions for stuff. Otherwise, I will message you in the Discord and we can postpone to Wednesday. Um but that is the plan at this point because I still have the rest of my witchcraft historiography paper to actually write, not just like edit, write. So that is going to be speed run. We should also start making new habitats. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. And there's a huge wreck that I want to explore. That area that I got lost after going into the weird cave and I thought I was going the right direction and then I died because I didn't have enough oxygen. There is a massive wreck over there of like two really big spaceships that I didn't get a chance to explore. New living compartment. Yeah, we're going to definitely need new living compartments so we can have placeholder areas where we can catch our oxygen up again. Yeah. So there's two really big wrecks that I died near that I was able to go back and get my stuff. But I hadn't had a chance to explore them. They're like really big ships. I don't know how deep they go. Because it's hard to tell because they're mostly buried in sand. So, but they look really cool. So I don't know if we might want to like move a little bit more.
Make sure to stay
Oh, let me hydrate.
hydrated.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a very healthy
I
habit.
have some Ito-en green tea that I've been drinking to keep me caffeinated a little bit. I hate doing this to myself, but sometimes when I start getting too tired and my brain starts fritzing, I need the caffeine. And I don't do energy drinks. So this is my equivalent of an energy drink. But let me hydrate. Um and then I mean, we don't have to move that whole building. We could remove some of the compartments and move them, though, the big main one. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I will leave that up to you. I will probably just be like, what do we need resource-wise? And then I will go get it. I will be our resource gatherer while you build. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get back to work because I am on page 9 of 14 and it's 11:30 my time. So I think I might actually be able to finish before the 3 a.m. mark. Have fun working. Thank you. Thank you. Illy chicken. Um I think I can actually finish before the 3 a.m. mark if I don't get too distracted too many times. Um and then I might end with a cheeky little game possibly. I don't know. We'll see if I have brain power at that point. Okay. To the word duck. Whee! Hmm. Thank you, chicken. I moved that up there.
No caves.
Nothing, no caves. What? Thank you, my dear. Lurk while I read. Enjoy read. Enjoy reading. Actually, I need to switch which earbud I have in. My right ear is starting to hurt me. Yell if you need me. I will always yell if I need you, chicken. Because I always need you, chicken. Because you're a wonderful friend. Also, I may or may not potentially have been convinced to do a charity stream where I play scary games. And by scary games, I mean like Subnautica and Lethal Company, of which I would still have to get Lethal Company, but someone gifted me Subnautica. That's, I know, but it would be for charity. It would be for charity. So I would do the best I could. But yeah. And we would play with Elbow. Elbow would help, I hope. I would commission Elbow. I was thinking about getting Subnautica on my Twitch. Yes, I would commission Elbow to play Lethal with me because I think I would manage better if I was with Elbow and friends. Just in the same way of I don't like playing Repo by myself, but I think I would manage better if I had like competent people who actually knew what the hell they were doing playing the game and my friends were with me, supporting me, being an absolute scaredy cat playing the game. But it would be for charity. So there's that. But I would have to ask Elbow first. I wouldn't do Dead by Daylight or Phasmo or anything though. But for real, I'm reading. Okay, we're lurking now. We're lurking. Okay, bye. You're unmuted, so yell. Yelling! Hi! Okay. Okay. different story. Feels like I'm breaking. I'll never do a heart for breaking. I've been wrong, I've been down to the bottom of every bottle. No words in my head, without you heard was perceived as too ambitious, training yourself to the reminiscence button. Hi, Shadow. Okay, bye. I don't have sound on. Oh, okay. I really need to, Chicken, since you popped in briefly, can you put in Discord for me a reminder to get closed caption fixed? Hi, yes, please. Can you put closed caption note for me in the stream channel thing? Thank you. I appreciate. Because I want people to be able to. I told you you're unmuted. In which channel? Just yell. So for mods, there's a stream related channel that we post notes related for me to do stuff with stream. Oh, so she says hello to Chicken, but not to me. Not the L! No! You know how dramatic I am. When I said hi to Chicken, then I said I was proud of you after that. A tuba toothpaste? Oh my god, that one's good. Actually, I might use that in the future. Proud of you, good luck. Thank you, Illy Illy. I feel like I should move my character in the game, so let me move myself. I did not know this was back here though. That's so freaking cool. Help me out. I don't know how to get up. Uppies. Let me move myself. No. We can go sit at the beach. Let's all go to the beach, beach. Let's all get away. Hey, hey. Let me focus. Why won't it let me... Oh, I can knit? Oh, that's funny. I think I'll act like I'm drawing something, though, so at least it acts like I'm writing. Ta-da! Oh, that's cute. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, there we go. And I gotta go because I already know why. Hugs, Illy. Good luck. Kiss. Okay. I go back to work now. Bye, I'm reading again. Okay. I don't like this song. page is this? 187, okay. Oh, my sneeze. Okay. Okay. Hmm. What are death loop tropes? Oh, is this like Groundhog Day or something? Like dying and then getting sent back to the same time every time with the memories that you died. Oh, okay. So like that episode in Supernatural that literally was Groundhog Day, where Dean keeps like waking up in a loop and it's like always Tuesday or something like that. Or Wednesday. I don't remember. It was like a specific day and it was really Gabriel as Loki, the trickster, messing with them. Anyway. For the necessary steps to normally maintain. Or dying and coming back a short time later, short time before. There was also, was it, I think there was a Tom Cruise movie like that. If I remember the title, it was The Edge of Tomorrow or something. It was a sci-fi thing where he kept coming back. Was it Tom Cruise? Maybe it's not Tom Cruise. But he kept coming back and they were fighting like an alien war or something like that. I don't remember. There was also is it Total Recall? No. What's the one where they get on a train and they have to like defuse a bomb and they keep dying and then reviving again and it's like at that specific time that they know everything's going to happen and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, there's so many that trope just like exists. There's a Stranger Things one I reread like reread once a year because it's so good. That makes sense. There are a couple of fanfics that I go back to when I'm craving that like delicious I don't know. It's like brain food for me. And what I really hate is some of them have said in their footnotes like, "Hey, I'm planning on turning this into a book," but then they never drop the name of the book. And I have tried with great difficulty using like different things that I know are unique to that borderline original work to look up the books because it probably would have got turned into at least 2 books, if not more, to see if they actually published it, and I can never find it, and it sucks. Um, because I would totally buy them because I go back and reread them on a regular basis, at minimum once, maybe sometimes even twice a year because they're so good. They're long, which is part of the reason why I don't read them like increasingly more than that. Um, yeah, it's so, and I think part of it is also the tism because we already know what's going to happen. So there's a predictability element at play. Um, how often my fandom obsession rotates. Yeah. Um, okay, this is... Do. Okay. I need to actually move this. Um... this. I think. Da, 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 da. Oh, here we go, yeah. Gotta be a different word than this. I'm not here. Hi, not Kiwi. Hi, Monolith. Ooh, trying not to lose all my books. There we go. Okay. I'm still stuck in space after today's happening. There's so much to organize and do in less than a month. In case you didn't know where, no. I bought a house today. Yes. Yes, Kiwi is now officially an adult because you own a house. I guess, does that mean chicken's not in the The Disky chat that we're in? I don't know if I'm able to add her to the Disky chat. Well, I'm not doing it right now because I'm busy. She is now. Thank you, Kiwi. So she can see your new house. It's such a cute house. It looks like it's just the right size. It's not like ridiculously big for a small family. Because I feel like there's, I don't know, this idea that some people have that like to buy a house means to get this like massive thing, and I'm like, that's not. Your starter home, your first time home is most likely going to be something you can afford. So that means it's going to be smaller, less expensive, not in a very expensive neighborhood, and may or may not need something done to it to update it or something. But beyond that, and then you'll move at some point because your family will grow, your job might change, or you might get a promotion or something like that. So then you'll move again and you'll get a different house. And sometimes those houses are bigger. Is it tri-level? It looks like it's at least 2 levels because of the window. But I can't tell because it's one of those like disguised by the roofing. How is that 5 bedrooms? That's a massive house. Oh, hey, Lily, do you know what's awesome? No, what is awesome, Twy? Would you like to cheer me up because I currently cannot afford a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. That I would really like a 5-bed. Kiwi, can I move in with you? I will do babysitting for free. You're awesome. Oh, thank you, Twy. I appreciate very much. No, hey, that was my offer! Streamer trumps mod. So I get Kiwi's answer first. I get the first interview for the job position. This is not correct. Why did I put that there? That's not correct. You both can, but you will become popsicle. Yeah, I will become a popsicle. I don't want to become a popsicle. I would like free housing. Well, not free housing. Like, I'll pay for utilities and stuff. I can help with that. But where would I work? I don't handle heat well, and it gets to be 115 here. Oh. Honestly, I know this sounds insane. I would rather deal with heat than cold because one, I'm from the South. So like the furthest north I've ever lived is Virginia. And I the reason I know I can't handle the cold is because I would get that bone deep ache regardless of how much layers I had on me in the house with the heater on and blankets. Like I get too cold. Mostly because I'm tiny, which doesn't help. It was 60 degrees and sunny today. I loved it. Ooh, that sounds nice. I get overstimulated in the heat. That's fair. Okay, so Monolith, Chicken, and Lily moving in. That's cool. Still leaves a room for Mini Dragon and me and Mrs. Dragon. Exactly. That's plenty of space. That's plenty. And besides, Chicken barely streams, so I only need, like, time for my streaming. Yeah, I don't have enough meat on my bones. I'm healthy, like I'm a healthy weight for my height. But I need to build up muscle because I know that helps keep warmth. Um and that I think is probably my main issue. My main issue. Me and Lily get bunk beds and then we have a room for gaming. Yes. Bunk beds. I mean, are you a top bunk or a bottom bunk, Chicken? Because we might have a problem. Are you a top bunk or a bottom bunk? You can't be asking people if they're tops or bottoms. Oh, you love a top bunk, but your joints don't. Well, I hate top bunk, so I will take bottom. I will be bottom for you, Chicken. There will be a stream setup in the large basement room that have a massive, huge custom-built streaming rig that will play any game and stream with no issues. Lily's my bottom, confirmed. Yes. Oh, no, not the clip! But yes, I can be Chicken's bottom. Top or bottom, you're not finishing. Tisk lost. Hi, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You didn't need to do that. I am working. I am working. Ah! Panic goo. Panic goo. Oh, hold on, hold on. I can't because there's books in my lap, so I can't stretch right now. Hold on, let me finish the sentence. Fumble with international. Okay, hold on. So I can see chat moving if I can't look at it right now. This is... No, this is not. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay, okay. I can stretch now. Hold on. Mateo. Okay. Stretch. Okay. Okay, what happened? Hi, Lost. I'm on Prozac, so I'm definitely not. What do you mean? Chicken? What do you mean? What do you mean? And we can set a roster for streaming days times. Not what? Finish. Huh? I'm confused. I knew it. Oh boy, LOL. Monolith, Chicken, Lily, me for the stream roster. I will pull a 402 and stream once a week so you guys will have full reign. Reign even. Chicken? Okay. Minimum of 12-hour streams if you take that path, ma'am. 12-hour streams once a week. I can do that. Yes, sir. Oh, what's the meme? Chicken. Lily's my bottom bunk, right? Right? I am that meme. I live that meme in real life half the time. My cat will be allowed in this house. Yes. And Lily's. Yes, I have 2 cats. Chicken has cat. Monolith has cat. So many cats. We will be outnumbered by cats. There will be more cats in the house than there will be humans. Not the so what why are we laughing at me? What happened? Could you explain how you're a bottom in real life? No, that's not what I meant. I'm not a bottom in real. Well, I mean, actually, I've never tested that. But that's besides the point. That's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant. Oh no. Why is that a clip now? My face is so red. I'm so embarrassed. 5 adults, 1 baby, 17 cats. Yes. Truly an envoy of chaos. Yes, this is why I'm like, I think I said I was chaotic neutral. Because then I say stupid shit like that. And don't realize until it's too late. Oh no. Well, that happened. That happened. It's fine. Oh well. Oh well. Such is life. Such is the life of a streamer who makes poor decisions and doesn't think before she speaks. Ah. It's fine. Oh my god. Hold on. All of my people who were streaming earlier have raided out, so I'm gonna go find somebody that I can pull up in my background to support them. Because I like doing this now that I am able to, when I'm streaming for a while, that I can have, like, lurk in someone's stream to support them if I have anybody on. Hello? Is today one of those weird nights? Like, it's a Thursday. Thursdays are weird sometimes for who is on. I don't think... Do I have anyone I would want to lurk in? Hello? Lulu, don't even try it. Lulu is thinking over here that he's gonna land on my desk, and all he's gonna do is, like, push a bunch of books. Yeah, there's nobody in my... Okay, whatever, it's fine. I actually had nothing to do with this for once. Yes, this is true. Chicken is normally our agent of chaos, but apparently she is in vacation mode, and Twy has currently stepped in as substitute chaos agent. Oh, Lulu, no, hold on. Hold on. Okay. There's no room on the desk for you, so you have to stay in my lap. But yes, for once, chicken did not have anything to do with my social faux pas. Should I go eat strawberry cheesecake ice cream or the ice cream cake I've had in my free... Oh, what just happened? Lulu, stop. Okay. Sorry. Lulu moved a book onto my keyboard and it opened I don't know. It opened something and then I had to close it. And I'm confused about how a tab opened in the first place. It was just the meme from earlier too. So it was like it saved the last tab or something. I don't know how that works. The ice cream cake I've had in the freezer for a few weeks and need to eat to downsize the container so we can fit more food in the freezer. You are present in stream. That is cause enough. Wow. The only answer is yes. Yes. I would say, like, if you know that the strawberry cheesecake, well, actually, both of those. No, I'm confused. Wouldn't both of those be in the freezer? I'm very confused because both of them are ice cream. So shouldn't ice cream be in the freezer? Yes. Okay. Then have the one that you need to downsize the container in, and then while you're eating it, transfer what's left to a smaller container, and then eat what doesn't fit. That is clearly the answer. Clearly that is the answer. Just fit it into the next smallest container that you currently have available, and then whatever doesn't fit goes in the bowl. Okay, that work. I mean, don't overeat if it's too much, but like that's clearly the easiest route if you already know you need to like make room in your freezer. Because I do this sometimes where I'm like, I don't really want to necessarily move all of this around in my freezer, but I'm going to have to just to fit this one thing in there kind of thing. Eat both, then there's lots of room in the freezer. No, Kiwi. See, this is why Kiwi needs a babysitter, not just Baby Dragon. Kiwi needs a babysitter to make sure that he eats proper food and sleeps at proper times and drinks water and takes care of himself so that he can help take care of other people, because Kiwi is a very big deal, and I mean that in a pickle joke, and also because Kiwi is a very big deal in an amazing friend way, and super, super awesome, and he can't mod me for saying these things and deleting my messages like he could in other chats, so you can't argue against streamer Kiwi. Not the go to your room. Like we already lived there, please. So did I lose my points? We're only at 12:40 a.m. Not the band. No. I mean, you can jail me! ! Jail. I can go to jail. But no, Kawaii, we are only at 12:40, and I am currently on... Which page am I on right now? Hold on. Because I had to go back and fix something. And I'm on page 11 of 15 right now. So I have added a thing which has extended the page count just slightly. So I think we'll win. I think it will work. My southern coming out. I think we're good to go. Oh, sorry, I just hit my mic. Hi, Kazan. Okay. My next one. Oh, hold on. Can I eat 4 cups of ice cream, do you think? My next smallest container is about 1 liter. No, don't do that to yourself. That I would vomit from that amount of ice cream. That's way too much. Oh no, what is this? Did you see that meme? That meme is so me IRL. She's a bottom IRL. I sleep in the bottom bunk. No! No. What do you mean poll? Okay, you can do a poll, chicken, if you want to. Go ahead and run a poll. I think it's /poll is how that works, and then it opens the... Have a great night and a great stream. Got you on the lurk. Thank you, Kazan. Have a good night. I appreciate... Yeah, I'm going later than I usually do. No, liar. What do you mean? What do you mean? I am... Okay, no, I actually am the Jennifer Lawrence thing of, what do you mean? What do you mean? That has been me all night. It's fine. But you can run a poll if you want. I just don't think you should force yourself to eat a whole pint of ice cream. If you can't. 4 cups is a pint, right? If I'm remembering my math correctly. 4 cups to a pint. 2 pints to a liter? It's been so long since I've looked at conversions for something like that. It's fine. I don't use it anyway, so there's that. Oh, okay. There, I voted. Poll. I don't know how to do announcements. Kiwi knows how to do announcements. Oh, you didn't run it very long. Yes, absolute. Oh my god, please. Okay, fine. Chicken, your poll has been answered. Apparently, you were allowed to eat 2 to 4 cups of ice cream. Good luck. Come back and let us know if you survived. And if you don't come back, we know what happened. No, I'm messing. Please come back. Wait, this isn't that bad sending a photo? Okay, in the Discord. Going to the Discord. I will look at the Hazel pictures later, Monolith. Chicken, where did you post it? Or are you posting it still? I will wait. Sent. Okay. Food. Oh. That's actually not that bad. I thought that would be more than that. No, that's reasonable. That's about what I would be able to eat. Not the dairy part, but like if I had cake size, like dairy-free cheesecake slice. That's a reasonable size. That's not bad. Okay, you'll survive that, hopefully. I mean, sugar-wise, I don't know, but I don't know how much you can handle. You got this chicken, OMG, I believe in you. See those slices on the bottom? Yes. Please tell me those are the ones that you're eating and not the whole other part of it. I'm so concerned. Um, Perfect. What? Perfeccioso? Are you trying to be Italian and saying, like, perfection or something? Oh. It didn't work. No, it didn't work, my dear. Went from a 2.77 liter container to a 1.86-ish liter container almost flawlessly. Chicken, you do realize I'm American. We don't use liters. We use liters in very select ways. Look at numbers. Eating ice cream straight out of the container. I'm also fucking American. I know. That's why I'm so confused why you're using liters, ma'am. You're hurting my brain using liters. It's the only measurement on the containers they had in common. Well, R.I.P. One had liters in cups and the others had liters in ounces. Huh? That's weird. Why would they do that? I can see why you got creative. You were forced to go to the metric system. Yeah, the metric system. I've had false crayons for like 3. No, that sucks. They're just super mild and only like a few minutes. It's because of the new oh, that sucks. Have you messaged your doctor at all to be like, hey, this is not normal, clearly. Clearly not normal. Spinning in circles around the kitchen while I eat ice cream by the sink light. I do that. Well, maybe not the spinning in circle thing, but like, the standing in the kitchen eating instead of going to sit down. Because I'm a heathen who will do that sometimes. It's a birth control patch that might actually be normal. Oh, no, I go to my OBGYN. Okay. I would still mention it to them just in case. Also, is my period super whack? It's like 35-day cycles. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Save. Oh, dang. Like from day it starts, day before the period. Oh. Yeah, that does suck. Okay. I have 2 hours left, chat, before I lose the poll. Oh, boy. I believe in you. I don't believe in me. I don't believe in me. I unbelieve. What is happening? Forgot to check my poll results until literally right now. Too busy spinning. Ma'am, I just told you earlier that you won the poll. I forgot. I can't help you with that. I stopped. Where's my kiwi gone? I miss him. Happy 10 p.m. Happy 1 a.m. It is tomorrow for me. I am in the future, chicken. I am in your future. The good news is the world does not end in 3 hours. Okay, ice cream gone. Yay. Bad news, there's more ice cream. How is that bad news? Oh, yes, good bot. I must warn those moving in with me I make my own beer and spirits, homemade sauces, and Mrs. Dragon loves to bake. Please ensure healthy supply of elastic waisted clothing items. I like baking too, so it's a double problem. Double trouble problem. I can help. I like to eat. Check cat disky. Okay. Cat. Oh my god, she's so cute. Or he's so cute. Which one is this one again? I do love eating baked food. Right, exactly. It's a win-win. I love making pasta if that helps the distribution. Well, my problem is I've got so many food allergies, I'm stuck making my own stuff, which honestly is just gonna happen. Like, that I think was part of my struggle with what to feed Shadow when she got here, because I have very specific dietary requirements that I don't know if everyone's gonna be okay with eating. And I'm not used to having roommates, which is, I know, incredibly unusual for someone my age, but I never did the dorm thing because I did my first 2 years of college online, and then I took a break. And then the college that I went back to residentially said that I was too old to live in the dorms. Plus, I had my cats at the time, so I wasn't allowed to live in the dorms, unless they were full like medical service, not just ESA. Like medical service animals are allowed in the dorm, but not ESAs and like other. Yeah. So I took 6 years off between. So I was homeschooled and I took advanced courses when I was homeschooled during middle school and high school, which meant that I was able to skip the last 2 years of high school to do dual enrollment and get my associate degree. It was just like an interdisciplinary associate of arts, like very basic, generic, didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. So I graduate with my high school diploma and my associate degree, and I decide to go to work for 6 years. And then I decide after 6 years that I want to go back to school for history. And so I wanted to go residentially because I had been out of the in-person schooling system for such a long time that um I didn't really know. Like I wanted to experience the real world in that sense of like what residential schooling was like. So I was at the border of their age max at that point for being allowed to stay in dorms because they did not have a huge amount of dorms because it was the way that they built their campus wasn't great. And it was partially because it was also like in a mountainous area, so they didn't have a lot of room to build, geographically speaking, anyway. So there were dorm limitations. And between my being so close to the age that I would age out over like the 2 years that I would be there, I would be well above their age max, plus the cats. It just made more sense for me to get an apartment. And because I was going to be so far away from my mom, it made more sense for us to get a 2-bedroom apartment and leave that room empty so that when she would come for weeks on end staying with me to visit, that she would have a place to stay and that we wouldn't be having to pay thousands of dollars in hotel fees and we would just be paying rent for a little bit of an extra room kind of thing. And then that's the same situation that I have currently with, well, sort of. So my apartment complex here, where I currently live in Florida, is really stupid in that if you have two animals, even if they're cats, which are not big animals, if you have two animals, you must have a 2-bedroom. You are not allowed to have two animals, regardless of if they're cats or dogs, in a single bedroom apartment here. Which is really stupid, but it's the corporation that owns the complex that dictates that rule. And I think it is mainly to prevent people who have two large dogs from staying in a 1-bedroom apartment. So that, and plus they were already limited on what inventory they had for apartments available at the time when I needed to move in. Because this area was really hopping around that time as far as like renting places is concerned. And so it was either this or I end up in a house, like a townhouse that was built before hurricane protection laws for building purposes went into place. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Because then what was really great about me getting into a really good apartment that was brand new was that we had 2 back-to-back hurricanes literally right after I moved in. 2 birds equals 2 rooms. Exactly. So yeah, it's a little crazy. Do love eating baked food. I like pasta. The cat on my shoulder is my Neko cat, and she's blind. Oh, count yourself lucky. Yeah, too old. So I have never had a roommate because I don't have siblings my age. All of my siblings are so much older than me that they were long gone from the house before I came into existence. And I don't have any close cousins or anything like that. Like my cousins live several states away kind of cousin. So we don't interact. Well, I don't think I've spoken with them in probably 5 to 10 years at this point. It's been a long time. We're not very close. I can and will manage any requirements in the kitchen. Okay. Make grocery list. I go grocery shopping. This is gonna be awesome unless Kiwi wants to go. Yeah. Junk food just falling into the trolley like it does. Yeah. Bird room. Bird room. Okay, so to be fair, I don't like birds as pets. I think that they are kind of gross. I like birds as a concept. Um, and like out in the wild where they can take care of themselves and stuff. But like birds as a pet, I think is, and maybe it's because my one experience with a friend from my childhood was that she had a ton of birds and I went over for a play date and her house smelled really badly. If I ever get a pet bird, I want a pigeon. I mean, pigeons are incredibly intelligent, shockingly. You would think that they'd have no brain, but they are really, really intelligent. I can't believe understand. Yeah. So ADHD brain went all over the place, but not believe I do believe. I can believe, understand. Oh, you're fine, Lost. It is 1 a.m., which I think you and I share the same time zone. So yeah. Um, yeah, L for a lot of people tonight, mostly me. Mostly me. At the rate that I have said some incredibly unhinged things tonight. I'm buying you a game, chicken. Okay. Enjoy getting yelled at by chicken, Lost. Bedtime, bedtime, bedtime for Pookie Chicken. Bedtime for the Pookie. What the fuck kind of payback is that? Well, now you and her are playing Stellar Blade. What? What? Lost? What did you do? I'll randomly pick one. You already bought me the one game I wanted and Lily bought me the other one. Actually, if Sims Medieval was on Steam, I'd say buy me that. Well, now you and her are playing Stellar. What is Stellar Blade? Lost? What did you do? What did you do? What is Stellar Blade? Explain. Explain what Stellar Blade is. Nothing yet. Lost. Close the wallet. Close the wallet. I am actually working. You don't need to do anything. Action game lol from Korea. Oh! I mean, I'll try it if there's like a demo, but you don't need to spend money. No need to spend the muns. It's a free game? Oh. Well, is it the Stellar Blade? Put that in the game suggestion thing and I will go down. Oh, different game. Okay, well, Chicken, share what game it is in the game and suggestions chat so I can look at it later, not right now. Okay, I like that there now. Just had to move a couple of things around. I had to backtrack just a little bit. because some of the paragraphs were like really, really long and I didn't like that. I opened Steam and it said on sale for free. Well, just yeet the link in the Disky, please, because sometimes mine doesn't show me stuff like that, or it shows different ones based off of the games I play. It's weird. That one's fine. That one's fine. Okay. I'm gonna try and not mess with too much of this now because I opened, what? Oh, I didn't, hold on. I closed Discord, I didn't know. Thank you. No, I don't see anything. Ma'am, I don't see anything. Didn't realize, oh, Monolith had posted it. Graveyard Keeper. Most inaccurate medieval cemetery management sim of all time. Build and manage your own graveyard and expand into other adventures or other ventures while finding shortcuts to cut costs. Use all the sources you can find. After that is a game about spirit of capitalism. Dingo to check. That sounds fun. That sounds like something we would have silly, goofy, fun time with. Okay, I'm gonna try and not edit or add too much at this point because I'm already at 5,000 words for this, which that tells you how much writing I had to do for this. When I started this edit for this chapter for Cleopatra, I knew I had a crap ton of writing that I had to do for it. And we went from not a little more than like 2,500 words. So I have basically doubled my word count at this point. Lost, if you gift that to me, I will actually... Wow. 120 for 2. What do you mean? No, no, not the I can swing it. Lost, please save your money. Please save your money. Please don't. This chicken, this is why we need a spray bottle emote. We need it specifically. And then I can call the spray bottle emote Lost Spray Bottle. So we can spray Lost with it. Because you're always being excessively generous and incredibly kind. And I don't know where you live, but I'm on my way. But no, Lost, seriously, you don't need to be spending money if you don't, well, one, you don't need to be spending money, period. But also, especially if you do not have the money, please do not stretch your wallet just to bully us with love. Okay? Okay, capichals? Also, for everyone who is working on stuff, please save whatever it is that you're doing. Okay, it's this point where I would put that. Um, um, wait, knock on wood. I might actually finish in time. I didn't have to edit. There was a shit ton of editing that had to go up in the earlier sections, but I'm already on page 13 and I haven't had to change anything. Um, da, 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 da. Hee hee, I knew it exactly as planned. All according to Keikaku. um, distract Lily to make her overestimate the time it would take. No! Then she starts a prediction, and I put points into her finishing on time, so me. Ha! Let me, hold on. Okay. Chat. I think I'm done. Chat, I think I'm done. I think I think I'm done. I think I'm done with this chapter. Oh my god, I think I'm done with the chapter. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with the chapter. I think I actually finished it. I'm like I feel like this is the good stopping point for this. This is the chapter. This is the chapter. Okay. Yeah. This is why you don't gamble. I didn't think I could do it. I thought I should have said like 1 a.m., not 3 a.m. I'm sorry. I legitimately thought this was going to take longer. But the latter half of it was pretty much perfect. The top half was the problem, and that's why I kept going back and forth between it. But otherwise, this flows really nicely. It gets the points across that I need it to get the points across for. I mean, it just this is it. This is it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought 3 a.m. was actually going to be what happened. So yeah, we did it, chat. We did it. I think I'm gonna save and close it. 8 hours. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I did not think I could get that done. Legitimately did not think I could get that done. Yes, okay. Prediction / prediction. So I can get the choose outcome. Yes, I finished the chapter before 3 a.m., which means the poll is yes. And I don't have it set up on my screen. I wish I knew how to get it set up on my screen to see who the details are of things. So, but you're going to get whoever voted because holy shit, 13.6 thousand channel points got put on no. So whoever, the 4 people who voted 180 channel points in total got over 13.8k distributed to them. Kiwi put a lot of points again. Kiwi should know better. Shame I couldn't vote. Yeah, so I put it for the longest time possible towards the beginning part of stream, but this is the bad part about well, 1, not showing up to early parts of stream, but 2, like I know the stream is really long and that was like end goal point of stream. So yes, so like hadn't even opened the assignment until noon, due at midnight. That literally was one of those kinds of things. Even though this isn't, so so that means my 3 main body chapters of my thesis are completely done and edited entirely. Like entirely, which is absolutely phenomenal and incredibly encouraging. And I feel like that I can start closing up all of these books that are sitting in front of me. Holy shit. That makes me feel really good about on a more serious note, proud of it. Thank you guys. Yes, this has been incredibly helpful. I'm so grateful for you guys for supporting me through how much more do I have of the paper? Hold on and let me look. Let me close all these books really quickly and let me look so I can get an idea of how many more thesis related streams I have, because then I'm also going to have streams specifically related to the historiography paper. And that's a separate matter. Okay, hold on and let me look. Okay. Guys, I just bought a game. Okay. So I have my intro to edit, which is already at 1,300 words and probably won't go more than 2,000. So probably about 700 more words. So maybe like a paragraph or two to add. Yeah, usually 2 paragraphs. The conclusion is only at about 5, not 600 words. But the thing is with the conclusion is it's going to be much shorter anyway, because I'm essentially going to be mimicking a little bit the introduction, but not nearly as much information needs to go into the conclusion because all of that has already been synthesized together. So this is going to stay probably another 500 words to that for the conclusion. And then my historical context section is already at 2,700 words. And I can't imagine putting more than like another paragraph or so into this. So we're probably looking at maybe one full like long stream like this as like another like long maybe 9-hour stream if I'm doing like all of that together, with probably more breaks involved in between stuff. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Here you go. Have a
Oh,
head
thank you
pat.
for the head pat. The so all of that must get done by tomorrow. So I must finish all 3 of those chapters by tomorrow and then put all of them. I need to, the only thing that I did not edit, I just realized, was I forgot to go back through the footnotes and fix them because I was moving things around. But that won't happen until I put everything into one single Word document. So things are going to get like copied over because what I've been doing is working on the chapters as individual Word documents because I was getting overwhelmed with them being like over 50 pages long in total. That 5-page research paper I wrote in 12 hours, it was supposed to be 10 pages and I still got 186 out of 200. That's not bad, honestly. I need, so mine has a very specific word count for the witchcraft historiography paper that I am not permitted to go under. Otherwise, it automatically is a 0. So I have to meet the minimum 5,000 word requirement on that historiography paper. Otherwise it like I can't. Like it won't, they won't let me graduate. For late, I don't know what latex is. I for writing. No, I know that it's latex gloves, which ironically I'm allergic to. My least favorite introduction. Okay, so I'm weird. Excuse me, I need water. Yeah, I am sadly allergic to latex. I'm also allergic to Band-Aid glue. Even for like the hypoallergenic Band-Aid glue, which is how I know I'm both allergic to latex and to Band-Aid glue because I've had latex-free Band-Aids and I know that it's the Band-Aid glue. And then I've had like regular latex interactions when I've been to the dentist and stuff, and it causes inflammation for me. I am so this is where Shadow is incorrect in that I actually am kind of clumsy and I do get injuries sometimes that require bandages, and so I have to be very careful when I'm applying band-aids because they can only be on for so long before I have to remove them because otherwise my skin starts interacting with the glue and I get a rash, and then that rash makes the potential for infection for the injury even worse. So it depends. It depends. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Hee hee ha ha. I have done things like gauze and medical tape, and like my mom has to do that with her because she gets the I don't, yeah, I get the latex and the Band-Aid glue allergy from her. So she has to do gauze and medical tape sometimes because it's so bad for her. Um I have only had to do that a few times, and it was for like a really deep wound that I got. I won't go into detail about it, but I had to go to like the emergency room for it. And so they basically told me, since it's in such a weird area, like it was in like a crease where I bent, was it my elbow? I think it was my elbow. It was just in a weird spot. So like the skin would keep moving, and any sort of bandage that you would put there that's like a regular band-aid would not work because it wouldn't seal the way that you need to prevent like bacteria from getting in. So they suggested doing allergic to super glue. I usually wear latex-free gloves when I'm doing stuff with super glue because I am paranoid that I will get it on my skin. Um so I am just cautious. Yeah. Also I can stop the timer finally. I'm so ecstatic. So tomorrow will be, drum roll, finishing my thesis and emailing my professor and being like, here's my thesis, bitch. Like, not literally, but also literally. Because I am so fucking done with him. I just, if he comes back with some bullshit nonsense that I'm like, well, you left out this thing and I need you to add this whole other fucking chapter, I will scream. I will literally scream because this man has not contacted me about my thesis since February 11th. February! It's not due until the 14th, but he emailed us on Wednesday, yesterday, and was like, so hey, I want to see your thesis before it's actually due on the fucking 14th, which is literally, 2 days away now, basically. Less than a week away. And he's like, I want to see it before you email all of your portfolio committee members so that I can give you notes and edits for you to change shit. And my friend, my classmate and friend, who had submitted 2 weeks, I'm trying not to say her name, who had submitted her completed thesis 2 weeks ago, did not hear back from him until yesterday as well. And he was like, I have a shit ton of edits for you to do, and you have so very little time to do it, and you're going to have to do it. And so she kind of had a meltdown yesterday with me before class started. And yeah, and what was horrible is he was not very good in detailing exactly what he wanted changed in her thesis, which makes it worse. He's like, I'm just not happy with what you've sent me, basically. And this man is just so goddamn fucking busy all of the time. And the problem is at my university, because I did not realize before I started my master's here that they were hemorrhaging professors because they weren't paying their professors enough. So the professors were like literally leaving the university to get paid better elsewhere, which legitimately fair, honestly. And he was one of the few that was left because he has a secondary position through the university that is like a research organization funded by the university. So he's basically getting paid double by the university. So he has no problem staying. So that was the problem, is he is so Greek, mostly Roman, but like Greco-Roman focused. And if you're not standing in front of the man on a regular fucking basis, he will ignore your existence. Like you literally don't exist to him because he's so damn busy, because he's the only advisor in the ancient history program that is actually taking on grad students. There are no other ancient history professors in this university that is taking on grad students in an advisory capacity. So the man is overworked between teaching advising this secondary research organization that's funded by the university. And now, as of last semester, he's not the graduate director, but he's like just a step below it. So he's doing all that. And he's going out to these different research conferences to present on his research. So the man is just not fucking available. So you have to wonder, like totally wonder, why I had not heard from him since February 11th in that meeting that I had with him and two other professors, one of which was the grad director and one of which was my current class's professor, because it was in relation partially to my historiography paper. So that's why the other professor was there. But the grad director had to step in. Like I had to go above my advisor's head to get him to give me answers about my thesis. Super glue can be used to glue wounds is why I ask. I've never had that deep of a wound that I've had to use super glue or stitches or anything. So the only time I've had a wound that badly is when I've gotten dental work done, and that's a different type of stitch that they use, so you don't use glue. But otherwise, no, I've been incredibly lucky that most of my injuries have been on a surface level enough that I have not needed to use super glue to close the wound. But I can't use butterfly bandages. My mom can't either. It literally, the last time my mom was forced to use a butterfly bandage, it was starting to burn a hole through her skin. Like we had to switch like to using medical tape instead, like literally just the medical tape, no gauze, just the medical tape to seal the wound. And that was when last summer when she was having complications from the surgery, because the butterfly bandage, sorry, this is kind of grossing out anybody, but the butterfly bandages were causing an infection in the wound. So that was so much fun dealing with that. I just processed that you still have classes on your... Yes, so you still have classes you have to deal with. I got very lucky in that when I initially... so this is the other part that's really, really stupid with the way my university works. So if you are doing the electronic thesis submission through the university, of which you have to pay the university to publish your thesis. The thesis is required in full, completed, final draft, defended, and everything by March 11th. So you don't even get the full semester of thesis credits that you're paying for. And you still have to pay the university to publish your work. Yeah, it's so stupid. So that was part of the conversation that we had in February, because there was a miscommunication between me and my advisor about what the university needed from me, and also what the history department itself needed from me in order for me to graduate. And so I had one regular class left, which was one of my final required classes, or like it is the final required class I had, that in my 3 other semesters being here, of which you only, because it's a 2-year program and you only have 4 semesters, that was the first time that class had been on offer. And it is that type of class is the one you're meant to take in your very first semester of your master's program, not your final semester of your master's program. So I had to take a class this is this class that I was finishing up on yesterday as like the final regular presentations. And then on the 29th, we have our final paper presentations. So yeah, so for thesis, master's thesis, the way the university works, which this was the same for my old university that I attended at undergrad, because I had some master's friends who were finishing up their theses. Or thesis, because you don't have to have multiple thesis as a single student. Anyway, so yeah, they had to defend. So master's thesis, so there's something called an honors thesis, which is for students gaining their bachelor's degree they can do an extensively lengthy paper, and that can oftentimes help them get into really good schools for grad school. As also like if their project is really large. So they have to write a longer thing, and there's a bunch of other class requirements that they have to do in order to get this like elevated bachelor's degree essentially. So that is a honors thesis which has to be defended as an undergrad, but you don't have to do that all the time. Like that's the very rare case. But oftentimes it shows really well on your application to a grad school. So then there's the master's thesis, and that is something normally that has to be defended. But because of the way the university's bureaucracy system is coded, there is one singular person in the entire university that only works in a part-time capacity that fields the thesis and doctoral dissertation. So the master's thesis, which gets published, and the doctoral dissertations, which gets published. And this one singular part-time worker must go and read through all of the entire university's submissions for those, of which I am at a very big university. And that's why for those who are doing the submission for the electronic submission for the publishing aspect, you have to submit it so incredibly early in the semester that it is just not feasible for most people. And you also have to defend. For what my university's history department has done is there's a secondary option, which is considered the non-thesis track, but the length of the project is essentially a thesis. They're just legally not allowed to call it a thesis. I've been calling it a thesis because it is essentially a thesis, but they actually call it a capstone portfolio. So what I've been doing is my capstone as a non-thesis, of which everything for the capstone portfolio, which is the capstone itself, which is essentially the thesis, you're just not publishing it and you don't have to defend it. And then there's the historiography paper, of which you can choose a different topic from your big project, to demonstrate that you know more than just what is the contents of your big project, that you're capable of writing outside of your specific specialty. So those two papers are due April 14th, which is what I am trying to race against the clock now for. But yes, the PhD, so it depends. So in the US, that's how that works. I don't know how it works in Canada or in Europe. And I think Britain is a little bit different even from like continental Europe in the way that they deal with master's theses and dissertations. Um, so it's really, really stupid. Yeah, so technically, I don't think all universities for the undergrad thing call honors a thesis. But it is sometimes referred to as an honors thesis for the undergrads. Um, but yeah, for us, because I'm doing the capstone, I don't have to defend anymore. I was originally doing the electronic submission, which meant that I would have to defend, but there was miscommunications that happened. So with the way the university's financial aid is coded, you are only permitted to take thesis credit hours if you are actually submitting your thesis for publication. So I was forced to switch to independent studies. So it'll show up on my transcripts as independent studies instead, for classes, in order for me to stay as like a full-time student and receive financial aid, because you have to have 9 credit hours as to be considered full-time for financial aid. So technically if I hadn't done the thesis credit hours at the beginning of the semester, like when I applied for spring semester classes, registered rather, not applied, then I would have been forced, like my friend who had chosen to do the capstone from the offset, to attend 2 other classes for her final semester on top of writing both her capstone and her historiography paper. and whatever the other 2 classes required as far as paper assignments and other things are concerned. So she is under a tremendous more amount of stress than I am. Um, and so I'm kind of grateful that it ended up being a mess up the way that it was. As much as this is very like down to the wire at this point. But I feel blessed in that sense of I am I've given more flexibility because I don't have 2 other classes to take. And as of yesterday, we technically don't have class, or I don't technically have class to attend until April 29th for that final class time. And then after that, it's graduation basically. Because if I was taking the class normally and not graduating and not using it as my final semester to have to submit all these things super early, we actually would have gotten 2 weeks off to take time to write our final paper for the class, which is why we don't have class time meetings for pretty much the remainder of the semester until final paper submission. Um, so like if it was formatted properly and organized in the course syllabus correctly, I would have had maybe a
Make
normal
sure
semester.
to
I
stay
don't know.
hydrated.
Oh, thank you.
It's
Yeah,
a
I'm like
very
talking,
healthy
talking, talking,
habit.
talking. Um, Thank you for the hydrate. Well, the problem is now I have had caffeine. Even if it wasn't uh relatively recently, it was recently enough. No, so I do not have to defend my capstone, which is basically my thesis. Because I am not submitting it electronically. It is no longer declared a thesis. It is now declared a capstone, and capstones are not required to be defended. Yeah, that's nice at least, but honestly, I'm not bothered by presentation stuff, but the advantage of me not having to defend it means I don't have to get it done like 2 weeks ago and then have a meeting to defend it this week to submit it for final edits next week kind of thing. So it does work out in my favor in that regard of no defense, but I also like the idea of defending because I like presentations. I got an interesting question from my son. Honestly, how is homeschooling for you? Would you recommend it? Okay, so I will say 2 things. Uh Homeschooling is not for everyone. And if your son is someone who can be trusted to stick with the program um and be consistent with it and not get sidetracked with things or distracted or fall behind on stuff. And I don't mean fall behind as in like they're not understanding the coursework, but like fall behind as in they didn't feel like there was an authority watching them and they decided to like mess around instead of doing their schoolwork, then homeschooling is probably not for him. Um, if they're someone who can be self-disciplined and be consistent and have a parent checking in with them on a regular basis, not teaching, like not the parent teaching, but having just that parent authority checking in, or if the son has a question, like if your son has a question, that you might be able to help him with homework or something like that, because that was sort of what my mom had to do, even with the thorough program. So I did 2 different programs, one for middle school, and then because of a bunch of bullshit with the educational board in the state that my homeschool program was located in. It was not located in where the state that I grew up in. It was in a different state. They temporarily lost their accreditations right as I was about to enter high school. So we switched me initially to a mixture of a private school slash homeschool hybrid scenario to see if I could transition back into like an in-person setting. And that ended up just being a bunch of busy work. And so we and that's part of the reason why I had to take algebra one twice, is because of that hybrid homeschool that I was only there for half a semester or like for half a year. So I was there for a single semester, and then my mom pulled me out, and I had to do a ton of catch up work with the high school program that we found. So it was my ex at the time wanted to homeschool our son, but that's a bit hard now that we're split up. I love public school though. I'm now not super smart. Okay, so part of the reason that I got pulled out of out of public school and put in homeschooling is at the time when I was in public school, um, in elementary. This was fifth. Well, it had been going on more than fifth grade. But I was at that time recently diagnosed officially as Asperger's syndrome. I still occasionally call it that because that's the terminology I grew up with, but on the autism spectrum as well as ADHD and dyslexia. And so my symptoms back then for my neurological spiciness were very, very much so impacting my ability to learn and comprehend things. Um, and so I was also getting bullied by both students and teachers, if you can believe that, um, because I did not fit the standard mold of what they wanted in a student. Um, so I was getting really sick constantly from all the stress and was missing weeks upon weeks of class. In addition to that, before all of this like illnesses started happening, because I was stressing myself out so much trying to keep up with me struggling in class, I got put with, I hate to say it, but like the quote unquote slow kids. I got put with the special learning class. And the teacher for the special learning class evaluated me and she's like, "You don't need to be in this. You don't need to be in my class." And she started seeing some of the nonsense that was happening with the school itself to the point that when I left, like when I got pulled halfway through uh 5th grade out of school, out of public school, she moved her family to an entirely different county so that she could work in a different county's school system. Like it got that bad. My mom had to bring in lawyers to fight the school board because of how they were handling the level of bullying that it got to. Like it was really bad. Um so nothing like physical, but the amount of like emotional and verbal damage left me really beaten down for a long time. Um and it's probably within the past, I would say 5 to 10 years that I've finally come out of my shell. Yeah. So honestly, that was but being put into homeschooling was a blessing in disguise in a way because in 5th grade, I was reading at a 4th grade reading level. By the end of so we were able to find me a program to catch me up on the last of 5th grade so I could officially like finish the year. By the end of that second half of the semester for 5th grade, I went from a 4th grade reading level to a 9th grade reading level in like less than 6 months. So that was a huge part of it was I was getting so overstimulated from being in a classroom with 30 other kids and expected to focus and be able to turn. And part of it is I also needed time, more time than the other kids sometimes for like the reading comprehension and the writing comprehension stuff. Because anytime I would encounter word problems, like math problems that were word problems, I was having glitches with my learning disability that was literally causing me to forget parts of the sentence, and so I was getting the answers wrong. So my mom was in that sense, my mom was definitely having to handhold me a lot more in that first, like the end of 5th grade into 6th and a tiny bit of 7th grade. Um, but just as it went for some of the like language problem things, I've learned to overcome a lot of that now, and a lot of the writing and stuff that I have had to do over the past 10 years or so, whether it's academic related because of high school and part of college, or like into college now, or any sort of like fun writing that I was doing. Um, I noticed it definitely with the learning disability thing was starting to come back a little bit in my undergrad, finishing up my bachelor's. Um, Especially when I was learning a new language, because I took French as part of my Bachelor of Arts degree. I unfortunately have forgotten a lot of it in the past 2 years because I haven't really had to use it much. And honestly, the advancements in translation technology have come really far. So I've mostly just been using that. Um, but it worked out in my favor, honestly, because it allowed my mom to take the time to explain things to me that I was struggling with as far as the learning disability is concerned, and it's allowed me to overcome a lot of that. I will say there were points in time when I just legitimately did not want to do my homework. I would purposefully procrastinate to the last minute and then panic do it and hope I got it right. And sometimes I did and sometimes I didn't. And you could see that reflected in my grades. Um so it's definitely part of it is self-discipline. I also something that I still struggle with to this day is time management because and I don't want to blame this entirely on the neurospiciness, but I can get a little bit time blind to how much time something will take me, um, or like how much time to dedicate towards a task. So but I think that by being homeschooled the way that I was, and then slowly stepping my toes back into a residential setting, it really benefited me in the long run because I was able to formulate who I was as a person versus letting peer pressure going straight from high school into to college into undergrad. It prevented peer pressure from like really getting to me, and trying to change the way that I thought about the world and stuff. So I think that um that's more important, honestly. And it's allowed me to keep how opinionated I can be about things too. So yeah. Um yeah, who do you beat up? I'm sorry, Twy. I moved away from there a very long time ago. Obviously because that was 5th grade. So this is almost 20 years ago now. 15 to 20 years ago. At this point, if that doesn't indicate my age. I'm closer to 30 than I am 25. Let's go with that. My coworker is taking my shift in Sunday. Oh, nice. Um, that's so funny and real. Oh, poor baby. Yes, yes. Lost. Sorry if you're just high school. And that's the other part. I'm like, what is it with all of these like gun threats and bomb threats and all these things in public school nows? And I think in some private schools as well have happened. And I'm like, that's terrifying. I never would have thought like in elementary school, the thing we were most afraid of was fire, like if there was a fire, so we would do fire drills. And then I lived in an area that if we had really bad storms, we could potentially get tornadoes. It wasn't like a regular thing, but we had them enough that we would do tornado drills and stuff. Um, so yeah, like we were never worried about someone bringing a weapon into school. Like people didn't make you go through metal detectors or search your bags or anything like that. It was yeah, I feel old saying that, but like this is kind of what's sad. My mom is freaking awesome. She is my person in every way, shape, or form. She is amazing and has taught me so much and like taught me how to be my own person and to not let people try and make me fit into their, you know, square idea of what people should be like in the world. Um so yeah, I love my mom. I this is why like I want to be able to tell her um that I stream and stuff like that. Not that I want her to join stream because I can say some really unhinged things that I would never ever ever tell my mom on stream. But that's because she's my mom and I don't want her to be disappointed in me for saying insane things on stream. But like gaming and stuff, and she can never know about the spicy fan fiction. She can never know, chat. She can never know. We're not telling her, okay? Okay? Good. Um, so yeah. My school had to get evacuated once because of a bomb threat. All I missed the bus the day. So I missed oh wow, chicken. So you were like, okay, not going to the school, prediction of bomb threat potentially imminent. I'm sorry, that's nothing to joke at. That's actually really scary. But I'm glad that you weren't there that day so that you're safe, but also that everyone was safe anyway when they got evacuated and stuff like that. Evacuated. What the hell is that word? My son is 3. I've got a little yeah, you've got plenty of time. I mean, one thing that you could do with your son is starting him with these early learning programs. So I didn't go specifically to school at like 3 and stuff, but I did have pre-K a pre-K school that I went to um and that was only like a couple days a week. And then the rest of the time um I would do at home learning. So in a way I was sort of homeschooled when I was younger. I would do at home learning and then eventually I got moved on to like the Jumpstart learning computer program thing. Where I could learn how to do basic math while also playing games and those kinds of things. Um, Twitch Mobile is so bad. Oh my god. What do you mean Twitch Mobile is so bad? What is wrong with Twitch Mobile? I had to do earthquake drills and school shooting drills all through school. So the only time that we didn't have to do drills at my undergrad university, but they made us take like a course, like an actual course on what to do in case someone shows up on campus with a gun. And those kinds of things, which makes sense, but also that's really sad that we're having to do that this day and age. Like, why can't we keep our children safe? Not that I'm saying college kids aren't kids, but like younger kids especially, like why do we need to be concerned about these kinds of things? More so tornado and shooting. Being 9 years old and being taught how to barricade a classroom door is such an onyx. That's horrible. Okay, I'm at the bottom of chat. Yippee! Because I had scrolled up because I started yapping. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but I'm weird. I'm telling her, Lily's mom, I have to tell you, no! Don't tell my mom, please. No, no. I don't think I will ever be able to look at her without panicking ever again if someone tells her. Lily's mom? No, I had no idea I missed the bus. That's crazy. I grew up questioning absolutely everything. Still do. Autism, probably. Yes. When I was in middle school, someone had a gun and was using the elementary school in our distant district as shooting practice, supposedly. What the absolute fuck? So all schools in the district had to go into lockdown. What the absolute fuckity fuck? What? Why? I'd just say her daughter is awesome and has a great community thanks to her personality and awesomeness. I will cry, Lost. You're too nice. And she would probably be right there with you cheerleading, honestly, because she is that type of person that is like in a cool way, not in like a I mean, she has done it in the past in a cringe way of like, that's my daughter kind of thing. She has totally done that in a very cringe mom way. But also, I think it's just a parent thing. That like people are parents, good parents, in my opinion. I don't know about bad parents. Well, no, I do know about bad parents, but we're not talking about that tonight. We're not talking about. At least Sloman wasn't in. Yes, because I made it within 15 minutes of getting to the bottom of chat. But yeah, she is definitely my biggest cheerleader when it comes to all of the work that I have put in. And might I add, barring I think one no, I'm actually not even sure if I have one single class that I have gotten less than an A minus in for the entirety of my master's program. So like I work my butt off to make sure that I'm doing the work and the quality of my writing and the presentation stuff, and I need more water because my throat's getting hoarse. Um and then like from my undergrad, from my last 2 years of my bachelor's to be specific, I don't really count my associate degree. Um, I don't really count my associate degree part because that was separate. It wasn't like part of the history program that I was in for the bachelor's side of things. I think I only got 1C entirely in that entire time, and that was because I was taking a class that was required by my degree as like the type of class it was, not what the class contents were, but like it was a philosophy class that was required by my history degree. And the problem was I did not realize when I registered for the class that it was a class you needed prerequisites for that they somehow let me take. And so it caused me a lot of problems where I was trying to play catch up and also keep up with what was happening with in-class discussions and assignments. And so that's one of the only C's I have gotten the entire time, which unfortunately dragged my grade point average just enough below that I wasn't able to get. Is it summa cum laude is like the highest, and then it's magna cum laude? But I was like literally 0.05 off the grade point average or the minimum grade. But whatever the one that like you get the most accolades for, I was just barely below the line because of that 1C. I had a couple B's, but like that 1C really fucked me up as far as like graduating with full accolades. But beyond that, like that's not a thing for masters. You don't have to worry about accolades and those kinds of things. Um, no, not the tummy. Is it because you ate the ice cream cheesecake thing, ice cream cake thing, or something? Is it because of the other stuff? Um, Migo EP now. Good night, y'all. Good night, Kawaii. Thank you for hanging out. Yes, I know it's 2 a.m. my time. No, it's been hurting all day. Bye, Jawai. What even? Chicken? Chicken, please. Jawai is my new name. Whatever. Yes, Kawaii is now renamed Jawai. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't even know if anyone's freaking on at this point for me to raid. Who the fuck is on at this point? It's probably like everyone who's in Australia. And that's it. Because the only reason I even know Australian streamers is because of this exact thing of where I'm working super late on stuff and I end up or the insomnia gets to me. What do you mean you're on? Rio is on. What are you Ma'am, are you streaming? Chicken, are you streaming? Ma'am, are you streaming? No, I'm in bed. Then why did you say you're on? Ma'am, what do you mean Rio is on? Who is Rio? Who is Rio? I don't know who Rio is. I know the song. Her name is Rio and she dances on the sand. Just like that Rio danced across the Rio land or something like that. I don't remember the lyrics. Don't blame me. My Scoop teammate, D-Print. Ma'am, are you participating in Scoop Olympics and you didn't tell me when I invited you to the Scoop games? No, okay. I got offended. I got offended because my friend went to another team. No, I'm just messing with you. He's playing Silent Hill. I don't want to watch. I don't want to raid into Silent Hill. I'm sorry. That's a no-go for me. From actual Scoop Olympics. Yeah. I no thank you for Silent Hill. That's why I'm still slightly scared about Lethal, like the idea of doing Lethal Company as one of the games I play for a charity stream. MB. I didn't look. MB. What is chicken? Full sentence structure with grammar, proper grammar, please. Enoch is playing Persona 3. My bad. You should raid into owls. That is a good point. We could raid into owls. There are adorable baby barn owlets. But also Enoch is on playing Persona 3. I don't know. He like just started. I know, they're so cute. Maskgate Gaming is playing Warframe. How long has he been on?
Make sure to stay hydrated. Well, it's a very healthy habit.
We could go to Masked. He's been on for less than 4. Warframe. Last one is named Pickles. I love them all. Stay hydrated and stretch. Okay. Do I need to run a poll of what game we raid? Or what we're raiding? And I will stretch in a moment. Poll. No, I pick. I'm going to bed. Oh. Well, that's not helpful. Okay, fine. I guess we can go, I'm worried that Masked might be... I don't know how long Masked normally streams. We're gonna go to Masked. I don't usually watch Warframe stuff, but like QN of the Britons is on. I don't know who that is. Hold on. Please hold. Minecraft. Oh, let's go here. Yeah. QN of the Britons. I'm assuming Queen of the Britons is what that's meant to be. I love her model. It's very cute. And I like Minecraft. So yeah, we're gonna go here. Okay, bye everyone. Have a good night. Raid message / raid. If I can spell. Yes, please rest, my love. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. And feel better. I will, I have a little bit of work I have to do in the morning. And then I will start stream up and tag everyone in the Discord like usual. The goal tomorrow is to completely finish my thesis and email my idiot advisor with the completed thesis. Yippee freaking ki-yay, okay? And then that will give me Saturday, Sunday, Monday to write all of the stuff I need to for my witchcraft historiography based off of the notes from my meeting earlier today with my professor. So we may or may not, I might need break time in between stuff. So I may or may not do the game demo collab, the game demo thing, not the collab, sorry, not the collab. And I think that's it. I will see you guys tomorrow, which is technically today for me already, but like I have to sleep first for it to count as tomorrow. So I hope everyone has a fantastic night, and please take care of yourself. Go sleep. Drink water. All right, it's eat water, drink food, grass touch. Okay, bye.